And welcome into American Legion Baseball, Florida style here tonight. A very good evening on your Tuesday. I'm Chad Knowles out here at Legion Field, Milbank and Groton in a doubleheader here tonight. 93 degrees, your game time temperature. Feels like 102. Yes, it is hot out here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, but a nice crowd as it's bingo night tonight as well. Ron Krause night, all kinds of stuff out here at the ballpark tonight. And we want to give you now the starting lineups. First of all, for Groton, post number 39, they will go like this. Alex Ablin will lead off and play third base. Batting number 2 in left field, Jordan Schwann. Batting number 3 at first base, Carter Simon. Batting cleanup, the shortstop, number 3, T.C. Schuster. Batting number 5 at second base, Nick Grublinghoff. Batting number 6 in catching, Karsten Fleece. Batting number 7 at D.H. is Isaiah Saponiak. Batting number 8 and playing right field, Tristan McGannon. And batting number 9 and playing center field, Lincoln Krause. Pitching tonight, number 0, Jarrett Erdman. Groton post 39 is coached by Pat Krause. Now for Milbank post 9, they'll lead off in center field, Jackson Weesey. Batting number 2 in left field, Caleb Lindstrom. Batting number 3 and pitching, Aiden Kelly. And batting 4 is Matt Copeland. We'll get back to the starting lineups here. For Milbank, as the Ron Krause family, they're going to throw out the first pitch here. Ron Krause night. And again, we'll get back to Milbank's starting lineup here just shortly. So let's put the first pitch on the air here on the airwaves.
In 2001 and 2016, Ron has been an important cog in the construction of the Legion Field. He has been part of several region, state, and national tournaments held in Milbank. He has coached all of his sons and some of his grandchildren. Thanks for all that you've done, Ron. Ronnie Jr. continues to give back to the sport of baseball. Ronnie is currently a certified umpire, plays in the town team, and coaches youth baseball. Ronnie played for the Legion team in 93 to 94. Jesse currently plays on the town team. Jesse has helped with coaching many age groups over the years, including the Legion team in 2001 to 2002. Jesse played Legion ball in 96 to 97. Pat is currently the coach for the Groton Legion team. Pat has played town ball in the past. Pat played for Milbank Legion from 1999 to 2002 and was part of the championship team in 2001. We would also like to recognize, and maybe most importantly, Kim Krause, the wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. With that, the first pitch will be Jesse to his son, Gabe. Ron to his grandkids, Micah, Landon, Brooks, and Hudson.
just going to keep the live stream going here through the national anthem, and then we'll get back to Milbank's starting lineup. But again, we'll have the national anthem and then the code, and just stick right here. We're in Milbank tonight on a Tuesday night, and here's the national anthem coming up. Awesome job of the national anthem there by Milbank's own Jody Cooper. So now we'll wait for the color guard to exit the field, and then we'll get back to Milbank's starting lineup. Let's give you Milbank's starting lineup here again. Jackson Weesey leads off and plays center field. Caleb Lindstrom in left field bats number 2. Aiden Kelly will bat number 3 in pitch. Batting cleanup in right field, Matt Copeland batting number 5 in catching. Tyler Heinge batting number 6 at third base. Bennett Hunt batting number 7 at second base. Mason Allen batting number 8 at first base. Kai Schooler, and batting number 9, the shortstop, Brady Allen. Milbank is coached by Ron Krause. He's assisted by Brady Femling and Caden Krause. And we want to thank our sponsors here for bringing you these games here all season long, including the Millstone Family Restaurant, Avera Milbank Medical Center, Milbank Area Hospital Avera, Milbank Tobacco Coalition, 203 Realty, Bean Pharmacy, Hasland Construction, Milbank Ford, as well as Border Lake Insurance, Ortonville Area Health Services, Dakota Country Ag Service, Chiropractic in Motion, Lewis Family Drug Pro Image Partners, and ITC and Schmitz Landing. Again, welcome in Milbank and Groton Legion baseball tonight. Bingo night here. In between games, we'll have bingo, and my oh my, talk about the prizes you can win. A snowblower, a lawnmower, a pellet grill, a gas grill, just all kinds of huge prizes out here. That'll take place in between game number 1 and game number 2. Again, if you're just tuning in, game time temperature 93, feels like 103. I'm sorry, 102. I added a degree there. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's set Milbank defensively for you here in the top of the first inning. In left field is Caleb Lindstrom. Over in center is Jackson Weesey. At right field is Matt Copeland. Around the infield for post 9, Bennett Hunt is at third. Brady Allen is at short. Mason Allen is at second. Kai Schooler is over at first. Behind the dish is Tyler Heinze, and on the bump is right-handed pitcher Aiden Kelly. Again, Groton, post 9, will go Alex Ablin, Jordan Schwann, Carter Simon, T.C. Schuster, Nick Grublinghoff, Karsten Fleece, Isaiah Saponiak, Tristan McGannon, Lincoln Krause, Jared Erdman will play. He'll pitch, but he will not bat here tonight. So the table is set. Everybody is behind some air conditioning, or at least some ice out here, hopefully, and back at home or wherever you're listening, hopefully you're in the nice, cool air conditioning. Again, an absolute steam bath of a night here in northeast South Dakota, as Sammy Femling looks like is our home plate umpire tonight. Josh Mueller's on the bases here for game 1. So Alex Ablin leads off here for Groton, post number 39, top of the first. Here's the Kelly pitch. That is low and outside. No 1 ball and no strikes. Now to number 5, Alex Ablin. He'll be followed by Jordan Schwann and then Carter Simon here for Coach Pat Krause. Here's the pitch. There's a foul back to the netting behind home plate. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the count to Alex Ablin. Again, a nice pregame ceremony here honoring the Krause family and all they have done for baseball here in Milbank. Here's the 1-1. There's a hit into left field, and that's going to find green in front of Caleb Lindstrom. Wanting to is Alex Ablin. He makes the wide turn, and he's going to get a stand-up double. So Alex Ablin leads off this game with a stand-up double. So Groton threatening, nobody out here. Well, first man on. And that will now bring up number 11, the left fielder, Jordan Schwann, for post number 39 from Groton. So Milbank in a mini jam here to begin things. Here's the pitch from Kelly that sails in there for a fastball strike. Aiden, of course, has a fantastic curveball as well if you follow Milbank Legion baseball here at all this season. Here's the 0-1 from Kelly. That's a fastball, but that stays high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now to Jordan Schwann, the left fielder. Again, Alex Ablin on second. Just underway here, first of 2 here tonight. Here's the pitch. That's over the head of Jordan Schwann. So 2 balls and 1 strike. The count to the post 39 left fielder. And here's the pitch now. Schwann hits that one into right center field. Jackson Weesey has a beat on it, but he drops it out there in center field. And that's going to be, going into third is Alex Ablin. And that just literally hit out of the glove of Jackson that time, so I think we're going to have to give him probably an error on that one, because it looked like he had it all the way, and it just must have hit the heel of his glove or something. So Groton really threatening here now with runners on second and third, and still nobody out, and that'll bring up third place hitter now, first baseman Carter Simon. Here's the pitch, a curveball and a beauty in there from Aiden Kelly for a strike. So no balls and 1 strike. Now the count to Carter Simon. Here's the Kelly offering. That's another strike. Had a little bit above the knees that time, so Kelly way ahead now. No balls and 2 strikes. Again, Groton with runners on second and third and nobody out here in the top of the first inning as Aiden Kelly comes home now. There's a curveball. That's going to be dribbled down the third base line over to first. And that's going to be an out, as Bennett Hunt made a nice play that time. So grounding out 5-3, but getting an RBI in the meantime is Carter Simon as Alex Abelin comes in to score. So it is now 1-0 Groton here in the early going. And that'll bring up now the cleanup hitter, shortstop number 3, T.C. Schuster, with a runner on third and one out. Kelly fires the fastball that misses. 1 ball and no strikes. Again, glad to have everybody along tonight, wherever you're listening and or watching. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's high and inside as well to Schuster. He takes it. 2 balls and no strikes now to TC. Nick Groblinghoff waits on deck here for post number 39. And here's the 2-0 pitch. That's laced into left field for an RBI single. So Schuster goes into left field for a single. Jordan Schwann comes in to score. And it is now 2-0 Groton. That'll bring up now number 13, Nick Groblinghoff, the second baseman, with Schuster on first. There's a hit into right field, so Groton has really got their hitting shoes on here in the early going. Schuster goes to second, Groblinghoff on first with a single to right field. And that's going to bring an early mound visit from Coach Brady Femling from Milbank's third base dugout. Again, don't forget, Milbank will host the Region Baseball Tournament this year here in Milbank. Starts next Tuesday, July 21st, with 4 games. The first game that day, Big Stone City, post 229, against this Groton, post number 39 team. Game 2 will feature Milbank, post 9, against Claremont, post 62. I suppose that'll be in the neighborhood of 2-2:30. And then after that game will be the Big Stone City Groton winner against Sisseton. And then the final game will be the loser's bracket game that night, and then it fans out from there. So the meeting at the mound is over now between Coach Femling and Aiden Kelly. Here's the Kelly pitch. That's a strike at the knees of Groblinghoff. No balls and 1 strike. Fleece. Karsten Fleece is in the batter's box now. There's the Kelly fastball that misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Groblinghoff, of course, is at first with his single, and Schuster's out at second. And the 1-1 now from Kelly. Here it is. That's a curveball. Just misses inside. Just about thinking he was going to be hit that time was Karsten Fleece as he kind of ducked out of the way, and all of a sudden that just about came across the plate for a strike, but it did miss. 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, bingo night here at the ballpark. In between games, there will be, I believe, 10 games of bingo. There's the pitch. That gets away from the catcher, Tyler Heinge, and advancing a base is Schuster. He goes to third. Groblinghoff into second. So Groton leading here already 2-0. And of course, if you're Milbank, you really want to stop the bleeding right here. And actually, Milbank hasn't even had a chance to bat yet. So 2-0. Groton is leading here on the scoreboard at the brand new ballpark in Milbank. And coming in to score is Schuster. Now there must have been a balk or something, so anyway, now it's a 3-1 count here to Fleece. He takes a strike at the knees. So Groton still has only 1 out. They've scored the crooked number of 3 here so far in the top of the first, and they've got Groblinghoff at third with still 1 out. And the pitch now, here's the payoff pitch. That's into left field for an RBI single. So Groton really showing off their hitting prowess here so far in the first half inning as Groblinghoff grounds an RBI into left field. So now it is 4-0 Groton. And that now will bring up the designated hitter tonight, number 20, Isaiah Stepaniak. So again, Milbank is trailing here 4-0, and Milbank hasn't even batted here in this game so far. There's the Kelly pitch that misses low and outside. But again, as I was talking to Coach Femling a little bit before the game tonight, I said I can't imagine how hot it is on the field for the players and the umpires and coaches and everybody else. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, you got a feels like index out there in the neighborhood of 102 at game time. Of course, we were starting about a half hour early here, as a normal doubleheader would start at 6. Here's the 1-1. That sails high. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike now to Saponiak. Fleece is at first. Groton has scratched across 4 here so far in the top of the first inning. Here's the 2-1 from Kelly. That's right across the plate, but a little bit high that time. So it's 3-1 now. Plate really jumping around here on Kelly here in the first inning, and when he does throw a strike, which he has thrown a number of strikes, they seem to have found hits. Here's the 3-1. There's a swing and a miss, however. To fill up the count now to Saponiak, Tristan McGannon waits on deck here for Groton. Again, there's still only 1 out here in the top of the first. Groton has a 4-0 lead here. Here's the pitch. That's low, so there's a walk. And that pushes Karsten Fleece over to second base. That'll bring up number 22. Now the right fielder, Tristan McGowan for Groton, post number 39. So it is 4-0 Groton here in the top of the first. There's a strike at the knees of McGowan, or McGannon, excuse me. So again, if you're Aiden Kelly, you just want to get out of this without any further damage if possible. There's a nice curveball, but it stays high. 1 ball and 1 strike to the post number 39 right fielder. And the 1-1 pitch, here it is. That sails high on the fastball, 2-1. You're listening to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD, Milbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video on our YouTube page. And there's the Kelly pitch that goes low and outside, 3-1. Aiden has had a number of 3-1 counts here so far in the top of the first inning, and Groton, it seems like, has taken advantage so far. Runners on first and second. Here's the 3-1. That is low to load the bases. Fleece to third, Saponiak to second, and that'll bring up now Lincoln Krause, the center fielder, with a chance to do all kinds of damage here for Groton. Post number 39 as catcher Tyler Heinge goes out to talk to his pitcher, Aiden Kelly. Now the conversation at the mound is over. Heinge returns behind the dish now in left-handed batting. Number 2, center fielder Lincoln Krause in the batter's box now with all 3 bases occupied here for Groton. Here's the pitch to Krause. That's a curveball, but it stays out high and outside. So 1 ball and no strikes now to Lincoln Krause. We turn the top of the lineup, and Alex Ablin next here for Groton. And here's the 1-0 now from Kelly. There's a swing and a miss. So Kelly evens the count now, 1 ball and 1 strike to Lincoln Krause. And here's the 1-1. That's a curveball again, but it stays high that time on the outside corner. So 2 balls and 1 strike now to Lincoln Krause. There's a hit into left field, but foul. Going into the opposite field. Lincoln, a left-handed batter. He poked that out of play to the left, so the count rides along. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes to 9th place hitter Lincoln Krause. Groton has drawn first blood here, 4-0. Here's the pitch. And Krause tries to hold his swing, but can't. The pitch was high, but offering at it was Lincoln Krause. But we do turn the top of the lineup now. with Alex Ablin, who started this half inning with a double, and he scored Groton's first run here tonight. Again, it is 4-0 here. Groton's bases still loaded, but now 2 are out. Here's the Kelly pitch. That's high across the plate. 1 ball and no strikes now to Ablin. 10th man to bat here in the top of the first inning as Groton has plated 4. And here's the 1-0 now. There's a pitch that's a little bit too low. 2 balls and no strikes to the third baseman for Groton here this evening. Again, the sacks are all occupied here with Groton runners. Here's the 2-0. That sails high, so 3 balls and no strikes. Aiden Kelly really struggling at times here to find the strike zone in the first inning. But again, just Milbank has 7 at-bats left here in this game, so here's the 3-0. Now that's on the inside corner for a strike. Ablin takes it, 3 balls and 1 strike. But again, no place to put this young man. Here's the pitch. There's a shot right to the shortstop. Grabbed out there by Brady Allen. So Ablin hit that hard, but he lined out to short. But damage done for Groton. Half an inning. It's Groton 4. And Milbank will be coming to bat. And we'll be back right after this on KMSD and YouTube.
There's a pharmacy that knows you by name. At Bean Pharmacy, your well-being is their priority. Stop in for fast, friendly service, convenient drive-through pickup, and a full line of durable medical equipment to keep you moving. Need a quick refill? Submit your prescription anytime online at beanpharmacy.com. Bean Pharmacy, where patients come first. Find them inside the Avera Medical Center in Milbank. Bean Pharmacy, your hometown pharmacy with a personal touch, because caring for you is what they do best.
Haslam Construction in Ortonville, Minnesota is known for their quality work. Additions to the Valley Queen Cheese Factory and First Bank and Trust, St. Lawrence School, Milbank Elementary, Ortonville Area Health Services, and the Big Stone County Highway Department Garage, and so many other projects over the years. They are known for their quality work and professionalism on the job. That's what makes Haslam Construction the contractor you want for your building projects. Go with the people you trust. Haslam Construction, Ortonville, Minnesota.
And welcome back out here to Milbank. Let's set Groton, post number 39, for you defensively. Jordan Schwann is in left field here tonight. Lincoln Krause in center. Tristan McGannon over in right. Around the infield, Alex Ablin at third. T.C. Schuster at short. Nick Grublinghoff at second. Carter Simon at first. Karsten Fleece behind the dish. And Jarrett Erdman, right-handed pitcher for Groton, on the bump here tonight in game number 1. Jackson Weesey in the batter's box now for Milbank. Takes the ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Milbank down here 4-0. Bottom of the first. There's a fastball strike at the knees of Weesey. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Pretty nice crowd gathered out here on a steamy Tuesday night here in Milbank. Pitches across for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Weesey. And here comes the Erdman pitch. There's a slow grounder to third. Ablin up with it across the diamond. And they just get the speedy Jackson Weesey. So Jackson grounds out. Third to first. That was a bang-bang play, but a nice play on that slow grounder by third baseman Alex Ablin. And he fired a P over to first base. That'll bring up now Caleb Lindstrom for Milbank. Groton is leading here 4-0. If you're just tuning in, welcome aboard. First of all, here's the 1-0 from the left-hander Erdman. He misses. 2 balls and no strikes. And yes, we are starting a half hour early tonight, so if you're tuning in for 6 o'clock baseball, you're a little bit late here, but that's okay. Again, welcome in, as this one started a half hour early tonight. as it's 3 balls and no strikes now to Caleb Lindstrom. Here's the Erdman pitch. The lefty throws that one across for a strike. So 3-1 now the count to Caleb Lindstrom. Aiden Kelly waits on deck here for post 9. So a 3-1 count now to Caleb Lindstrom. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss to fill up the count now to the Milbank left fielder. Number 26, Caleb Lindstrom. And here's the payoff delivery. There's a hit into right field, but way foul. So what do they call that? Foul ball frenzy here tonight, I think. Anyway, full count now to Caleb Lindstrom. Base is empty, 1 out here, bottom of the first. Groton is leading 4-0 here. And the Erdman pitch, here it is. That's going to be dumped into short right field, and that is going to fall in front of the right fielder, Tristan McGannon. So going the opposite way for a right field single is Caleb Lindstrom, as that was in between center fielder Kraus, right fielder McGannon, and second baseman Grublinghoff ran out there to give it a look as well. And that'll bring Aiden Kelly to the dish now.
22, Aiden Kelly.
Kelly takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Lindstrom at first, Kelly in the batter's box. Milbank batting here, home half of the first. Again, Groton is leading here, 4-0. And the 1-0 now from Erdman to Lindstrom, or to Kelly. That's a strike at the knees on the fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike now to Aiden Kelly with Lindstrom on first. Here's the 1-1. There's a hit into right field, but that's way foul as well. So the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Erdman jumps ahead of Kelly, his mound opponent here tonight. Matt Copeland waits on deck here for post 9. And the 1-2, here it is. That's a fastball, but that stays inside that time. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Aiden Kelly. And here comes the 2-2 now. That is a called third strike. Snap throw down to first. Lindstrom back in. But rung up on strikes is Aiden Kelly. So Erdman's first K here tonight. And that'll bring up now the right fielder, number 11, Mac Copeland for Milbank post 9.
Left-hander, number 11, Mac Copeland.
Karsten Fleece runs the ball back out to his pitcher, Jared Erdman. They're going to talk a little bit. Yeah, that was a very, very short conference at the mound. So now back behind the home plate is Karsten Fleece. And again, glad to have everybody along here tonight, wherever you're listening and or watching on our YouTube channel. And the Erdman pitch now to the left-handed batting Copeland. Here's the pitch. That's a strike at the knees. Lefty against lefty here. Erdman against Copeland. Milbank trails here 4-0. Bottom of the first inning. Game 1 of 2 here tonight. Again, game 1 scheduled to go 7. Game 2 scheduled to go 5. And the 0-1 pitch now to Copeland. Here it is. That's hit pretty hard into right field, and that is going to be over the head of the right fielder, McGannon. Racing around third is Lindstrom. They're going to wave him in. Copeland wants 3, and Mac Copeland has an RBI triple. It's 4-1. Mac got every bit of that baseball that time and turned that into an RBI triple, and that scores Caleb Lindstrom all the way from first base.
Number 8, Tyler Heinge.
And that'll bring up now Tyler Heinge. So it's now 4-1. Groton is leading Milbank, but the lead has been chopped to 3 now. And that'll bring up Tyler Heinge, now the catcher for Milbank, with Copeland on third. Here's a swing and a miss by Heinge. No balls and 1 strike to Tyler. And here's the Erdman offering. There's a hit that kind of goes off the catcher fleece and goes foul. So Erdman way ahead now, no balls and 2 strikes to Tyler Heinge. Again, Copeland on third with his RBI triple. And that was not only over the head of Tristan McGannon, but I think Tristan might have lost that one in the sun just a little bit out there in right field. Anyway, here's the 0-2. There's a mile-high pop-up in the infield. And that's going to be not caught by Groton, so that is going to be a gift as Tyler Heinge reaches first. Matt Copeland scores from third. And so now the lead is chopped in half. Milbank is chopped it in half. It's 4-2.
Number 15, Bennett Hunt.
And you're going to have to give an error there to Groton somewhere. Either the second baseman or shortstop or somebody had a beat on that one, and it just fell in between about 3 players that time. And that'll bring up Bennett Hunt. Now throw over to first. Diving back in safely is Tyler Heinge.
Jared Swenson is pinch running.
Okay. Yep, Jared Swenson pinch running at first base. Here's the pitch. That is low. So 1 ball and no strikes now to Bennett Hunt. Again, Heinge, I'm sure, is getting his catching gear on back in the dugout as Swenson is on first base now as the pinch runner. And here's the 1-0. That is outside, right at the knees, but outside. 2 balls and no strikes. So Jared Erdman got Jackson Weesey, and then Lindstrom got a single. He struck out Aiden Kelly and an RBI triple to Copeland, and then Heinge reached on the error. Here's the pitch. That is inside. So now the plate jumping around on Groton lefty, Jared Erdman, just like it did a little bit in the first inning on Milbank pitcher Aiden Kelly. So 3 balls and no strikes now to Heinge. Here's the pitch. That is a 4-pitch walk. And that'll send Heinge to second. Or not Heinge, I'm sorry. I said that wrong again. Swenson is at second. And now Coach Pat Krause is going to come out of Groton's first base dugout. And we'll see what happens here. Milbank is trailing here 4-2. Groton hung a 4 spot. Top of the first. Milbank so far has answered with 2 here in the bottom of the first. Again, a very, very hot night here in Milbank. But a bingo night. Big, big prizes will be given away here in between games after with the bingo being played. And that'll bring up now number 7, Mason Allen for Milbank. He's the 7th man to come up here in this half inning. And here's the pitch from Erdman. There's a strike at the knees. So Mason in the hole now. No balls and 1 strike. Runners on first and second for Milbank. Here's the pitch. That is right across the plate, but inside. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Mason Allen. Swenson on second. Bennett Hunt on first. 4-2 Groton. Here's the 1-1. That's a squib to the right foul. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Erdman jumps ahead here of Mason Allen. Again, first of 2 here tonight in Milbank. Here's the 1-2. There's a hit back to the screen over the netting, actually right behind home plate. So it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count now to Mason Allen. And the Erdman pitch, here it is. There's a hit into short left field. Actually, the third baseman, Alex Ablin, gloves it. So Mason Allen pops out to third, but Milbank does chop the lead in half. They score 2 here in the bottom of the first. Inning complete here in Milbank. Game number 1 of 2, Legion Baseball. Groton 4, Milbank 2. Back with more baseball right after this on KMSD and our YouTube channel.
Dr. Matt at Chiropractic and Motion. With a minor adjustment, headaches, numbness, and pain can be relieved. Dr. Matt is the type of chiropractor that helps his patients by correcting the problem with as few visits as possible. Chiropractic in Motion looks forward to seeing their customers outside of the office, enjoying their lifestyle with a smile. The next time you have aches and pains, count on the helping hands of Dr. Matt. He's there when you need him. Chiropractic in Motion Sports Injury and Family Wellness Center, Highway 12, Milbank.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug. Everyday savings close to home.
And welcome back to Milbank. I'm Chad Knowles. Glad to be along here on a hot Tuesday evening in Milbank. You're in tune to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD Milbank, South Dakota. Streaming audio and video on our YouTube channel at KMSD Radio. Groton comes up here in the top of the second inning. They will send up batters number 2, 3, and 4. Jordan Schwann, Carter Simon, and T.C. Schuster against Aiden Kelly. As we got to kill the music here in between innings.
Number 11, Jordan Schwann.
Again, Jordan Schwann in the batter's box. He reached on an error in the top of the first, to which Groton would end up scoring 4. So it's 4-2 Groton if you're just tuning in here in the top of the second inning. And here's the Kelly pitch. There's a swing and a 2-hopper to short. Brady Allen, long throw to first, and that's just in time. Boy, that was a bang-bang play. Schwann hustled down the line that time, but just got out short to first.
That'll bring up your first baseman, number 4, Carter Simon.
That'll bring up Carter Simon now for Groton. Simon back in the first, an RBI on a ground out. Here's the Kelly pitch. There's a grounder to third, but it's foul. So no balls and 1 strike. Now bases empty here in the top of the second inning. Groton is leading 4-2. Again, game 1 of 2 here tonight. Bingo in between games tonight. So if you have nothing to do and you want to come out here to the ballpark and watch some baseball and win some potential big bingo prizes, you're more than welcome to join us out here. No balls and 2 strikes. Now the count to Carter Simon. Here's the pitch. That is a off-speed pitch that time, and it just hung a little bit outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Carter Simon. And the Aiden Kelly 1-2. Here it is. That is low. Nice high that time by Simon. He took it. He kind of wanted to take a little bit of a whack at it that time, but he held back. Evens the count now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the Kelly pitch. That is low. So a nice patient at-bat here by Carter Simon. He's worked a full count now against Aiden Kelly. And here is the pitch. That is a called 3rd strike. Simon was on his way down to first. And home plate umpire Sammy Femling rung him up.
3, T.C. Schuster.
And that'll bring up T.C. Schuster now, who has an RBI single, and he scored a run. So now 2 outs with the bases empty here for post 39. Here's the pitch. There's a strike at the knees of Schuster. Takes it. No balls and 1 strike. And here comes the 0-1 now. That's another strike. So Kelly really firing strikes here this half inning, unlike the first half inning. And the 0-2 now from Kelly. Here it is. There's a hit into left field, and that's going to be caught out there by Caleb Lindstrom as he was going back to the infield, running back toward the fence, and he snagged that out of midair. What a defensive play. Caleb Lindstrom in left field, 3 up, 3 down for Groton here in the top of the second. We'll be back with the bottom of the second right after this on KMSD Radio.
Just a dealership. It's part of your journey. Whether you're cruising toward adventure or hauling hometown pride, they've got the ride to get you there. Stop in and explore their lineup of tough F-Series trucks, fuel-efficient SUVs, and family-ready crossovers, all backed by local service you can count on. The road starts in Milbank, but it could take you anywhere. Come and find your Ford today at Milbank Ford, where small-town trust meets big-time value.
Border Lake Insurance in Milbank and Ortonville is your locally owned independent insurance agency. As an independent insurance agency, Carrie Holquist and staff at Border Lake Insurance have access to multiple companies that offer home, farm, auto, commercial, life, and health products. Border Lake Insurance has 2 convenient locations. Stop by or call their Main Street office in Milbank at 605-432-5884. Or in Ortonville, call 320-839-6145. Located in Grand Marais State Bank, formerly the Sen Bank Building. Border Lake Insurance. Insurance agents you can count on.
And welcome back into the broadcast booth here on a Tuesday night in Milbank. Milbank will come up here in the bottom of the second inning. Kai Schooler, Brady Allen, and then Jackson Weesey against left-handed pitcher Jarrett Erdman here for Groton, post number 39. Again, Milbank is trailing here 4-2. If you're just tuning in here this evening, here's the Erdman pitch. As a fastball that's inside to Schooler. He takes it. 1 ball and no strikes now to the Milbank first baseman here in game number 1, Kai Schooler. And the Erdman pitch, here it is. There's a fly ball foul back behind home plate. That clonks up on top of the press box here, I believe. I heard it on the roof. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Kai Schooler. Brady Allen waits on deck here for post 9. And here's the 1-1. Now that's a foul back to the netting behind home plate. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Kai Schooler. Bottom of the second, game 1 of 2 here tonight. Milbank and Groton, Legion Baseball. Here's the 1-2. There's a hit into left center field, and coming over into left center field and gloving it is Jordan Schwann as he loses his cap. So Schooler hits one to left center, caught out there by left fielder Jordan Schwann, and that'll now bring up number 3, the shortstop, Brady Allen for Milbank.
That is number 3, Brady Allen.
So base is empty, 1 out here in the bottom of the second. Milbank trails 4-2. Here's the Erdman fastball at the knees for a strike. No balls and 1 strike now to Brady Allen. We turn the top of the lineup, and Jackson Weesey next here for post 9. And here's the 0-1. That's another strike right at the knees again, just a little bit above the knees that time. So Brady finds himself in a no-ball, 2-strike hole here quickly. And the Erdman 0-2, here it is. That sails just a little bit outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Brady Allen. Here's the pitch. There's a mile-high pop-up on the infield. Shortstop Schuster goes back into short center field, and he drops it. So Brady Allen is at first base. That almost has to be an error, I would guess, on the shortstop, as Schuster had that all the way, and then it just hit the heel of his glove. And Brady Allen says thank you very much as he's standing at first, and that'll bring up now Jackson Weesey, the center fielder for Milbank. He's 0 for 1. He grounded out to third. Back in the first. And he squares to bunt. Brings the bat back and doesn't offer at it, so 1 ball and no strikes now to Weesey. Alex Ablin charging in from third. He's actually playing way in on the infield grass now at third, expecting a bunt perhaps again from Jackson Weesey. With Brady Allen at first, getting a fairly decent lead over there. Here's the pitch. That is low. Weesey does not square to bunt that time. So 2 balls and no strikes now to Jackson Weesey for Milbank. Post 9. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. 2 balls and a strike to Jackson Weesey. Again, it's Groton 4, Milbank 2 here in the bottom of the second. Again, game number 1 scheduled to go 7. Game number 2 scheduled to go 5 with bingo in between. And that pitch misses to Weesey. 3 balls and a strike. Erdman now is going to collect himself a little bit behind the mound. He's going to give that left hand, left arm a couple of swings back there, and now he's back on the bump. With a 3-1 count now to Jackson Weesey, and here's the pitch. That's a opposite field, and that's going to be just fouled on the right field line. Jackson tried to dump that one just inside the right field line that time, and just about did it, but just a few feet foul. So now the count fills to Jackson Weesey. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, a pretty nice crowd out here tonight. Bingo night at the ballpark. Ron Krause night as well. Here's the thrower to first. And Brady Allen gets back in safely. So the count's still full now to Jackson Weesey. Caleb Lindstrom waits on deck here for post 9. And here's the pitch. That is a fly ball into the right field, short right field, and coming in to glove it is Tristan McGannon. So Jackson Weesey flies out to right fielder Tristan McGannon. So now there are 2 outs here in the home half of the second. That'll bring up Caleb Lindstrom, who got a single and scored a run. And he made a great defensive catch last half inning as he was running with his back kind of to the infield almost, and he snagged a long fly ball off the bat of T.C. Schuster. Caleb Lindstrom takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Now to number 26. Brady Allen on first, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. That's right back to Erdman. Erdman fields his position over to first. And Lindstrom grounds out. Pitcher to first. So Milbank leaves Brady Allen at first and does not score any runs here in the bottom of the second. 2 complete in Milbank. It's Groton 4, Milbank 2. Back with more after a word from our video stream sponsors here tonight. Some of the video stream sponsors will be right back after this on KMSD.
Crew offer the best mechanic service, along with a full lineup of Ford vehicles. They pride themselves on the honest and friendly way of doing business. Check out MilbankFord.com to see what they have to offer, or stop by Milbank Ford, West Highway 12, Milbank.
Whimsy on Main makes it easy to find unique gifts for all occasions. Whimsy specializes in packages specific to your gift-giving needs. Shop in store for books, home toys, games, and more, Monday through Saturday, or online at whimsyonmain.com. Let Whimsy on Main be your one-stop gift shop on Main Street, Milbank.
This broadcast brought to you locally by Dennis Mears, financial advisor with Legacy Financial Partners, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC. Your future is counting on the right financial advice.
Welcome back to Milbank here again on a steamy, hot Tuesday night. Again, your game time temperature was 93, feels like 102. Again, you're in tune to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM, KMSD Milbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video on our YouTube channel at KMSD Radio. Top of the third, Nick Grublinghoff in the batter's box here for post number 39. Here's the pitch. That is low and inside from Milbank right-hander Aiden Kelly. 1 ball and no strikes. To Grublinghoff, here's the pitch. That's high and outside. 2 balls and no strikes now. And here's the 2-0 to Grublinghoff. That's low and inside, so 3 straight out of the strike zone now from the pitcher, Aiden Kelly. And Grublinghoff has worked a 3-ball, no strike count. Here's the pitch. There's a strike at the knees. 3 balls and 1 strike. Grublinghoff taking all the way that time. So the 3-1 now from Kelly. Here it is. There's a dribbler down the first base line. Foul picked up by on-deck hitter Karsten Fleece. So a nice battle back now by Aiden Kelly to fill the count. He was down 3 balls and no strikes, and now he has filled the count here to Grublinghoff. Here's the payoff pitch. That's a called 3rd strike. That is strikeout number 3 tonight for Milbank right-hander Aiden Kelly. And that'll bring up now Karsten Fleece.
Bring up number 10, Karsten Fleece.
Karsten back in the first, singled, but he was stranded at third. Here's the pitch now. There's a pretty good hit into center field. Jackson Weesey going back, though, in deep center field, and he hauls that one in. Nice defensive job that time by Jackson Weesey. Made that one look pretty easy. Karsten Fleece got a pretty good piece of that baseball, but it hung in the air, and getting underneath it out there and putting it away was Jackson Weesey. And that'll bring up now number 20, the designated hitter Isaiah Saponiak. He walked and was stranded at second. Back in the first, 2 outs, bases empty, top of the third. Groton leading here 4-2 as Kelly gets Saponiak to swing and miss that time. No balls and 1 strike. And here's the 0-1 now from Kelly. There's an opposite field hit, and that's going to be a fair ball. Saponiak right inside the right field line. He wants 2, and he's going to be out by a mile at second base. Saponiak got a single, but he wanted a double, and he was out at second, stretching that into a double, or trying to stretch that into a double. So it turns up to be a 3-up, 3-down inning here. 2.5 complete. Groton 4 and Milbank 2. We'll be back with more Legion baseball right after this for more of our video sponsors here this evening.
Internet can make in your home or business. ITC pairs unbeatable speed with local support to provide an exceptional customer experience. Get started today with ITC, your community-connected cooperative.
Smoke breaks take time. Time away from defining moments in life. His moment of glory was your moment. Wasted. Fewer moments wasted. More good years.
Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
Ortonville Area Health Services. Our mission? At Ortonville Area Health Services, we provide personalized, high-quality, and compassionate care through caring professionals in a healing environment. Your healthcare home, Ortonville Area Health Services.
welcome back here to Milbank. And 2.5 complete here. It's Groton 4, Milbank 2. Again, glad to have everybody along here tonight as Milbank will send up batters number 3, 4, and 5 here in the bottom of the third inning against left-hander Jared Erdman for Groton. Again, game 2 will follow here as there's going to be bingo tonight in between games. That should be kind of fun. Again, a very, very hot evening out here at the ballpark, but glad for the people here that showed up tonight. Pretty good crowd, actually. And Aiden Kelly in the batter's box now. He struck out back in the first. Here's the pitch to Aiden. There's a low inside pitch. So bottom of the third here is where we are in game number 1. Again, Groton is leading here 4-2 in the bottom of the third inning. And a 1-0 count now. Here it is. There's a grounder to short. Schuster up with it over to first. Kelly is out, short to first. And that'll bring up now Matt Copeland, who has an RBI triple here tonight and scored a run. So Matt Copeland with an RBI with the triple here tonight so far. Here's the pitch now. Lefty to lefty again here as Erdman is a left-handed pitcher. Copeland a left-handed batter. Erdman misses. Ball number 1. 1 ball and no strikes now to Mack. Here's the 1-0. That sails way high on the fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. And the 1-0 now, here it is. That's grounded sharply to first. Up, Carter Simon, though, takes that one unassisted. So that was kind of a hot shot by Mack, but a nice fielding play that time out there by Carter Simon. He scooped it up and stepped on first base. So 2 up and 2 down now for Milbank here in the bottom of the third. That'll bring up Tyler Heinge, who reached on an error here back in the first. And he was stranded at second. So here's the Erdman pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Tyler Heinge. Bennett Hunt waits on deck here for post number 9. And the 0-1, here it is. There's another swing and a miss. Erdman really having a good half inning here so far. He's got 2 up and 2 down and a no ball, 2 strike count here to Tyler Heinge for Milbank. And the Erdman 0-2. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Strikeout number 2 this evening for left-hander from Groton, Jared Erdman. 3 up and 3 down for Milbank. It's 3 complete. Groton 4, Milbank 2. Back with more Legion baseball in a minute after this from our sponsors here on KMSD.
Breakfast time at the Millstone Family Restaurant in Milbank. The Millstone loves breakfast as much as you do, but they decided it's time to step up their breakfast game even more. Check out their new breakfast lineup, which includes blueberry French toast, the chicken and waffles breakfast sandwich, and their new lineup of eggs Benedict. It's all part of their new Shell Yeah breakfast menu at the Millstone Family Restaurant, East Highway 12 in Milbank.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms, because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? We're singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40, or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
And welcome back to Milbank here on a Tuesday night. Again, I'm Chad Knowles, glad to be along here, bringing you this doubleheader between Milbank and Groton, post number 39, Milbank post 9. And Groton will send up now the right fielder, Tristan McGannon.
Number 22, Tristan McGannon.
Tristan McGannon walked and was stranded at first, back in the first. We are in the top of the fourth here again, first of two tonight. And here's the 0-1 now from Kelly. That misses. 1 ball and 1 strike to McGannon. Lincoln Kraus waits to bat next here for Milbank, or for Groton. And the 1-1 now coming up from Kelly to McGannon. Here it is. That's low and outside. 2 balls and a strike. Now to number 22, the right fielder tonight from Groton. And here's the 2-1 now from Kelly. There's a swing and a miss. McGannon kind of stepped out of the batter's box that time and kind of did a quick little shake of the head. That pitch was right there, so that probably would have been a strike anyway, but now the 2-2 from Aiden Kelly. Here it is. That's high on the Kelly fastball that time. 3 balls and 2 strikes to McGannon. Again, Lincoln Kraus waits on deck, and then we turn the top of the lineup for Groton. As the payoff pitch now, here it is. There's a grounder right back to Kelly on the mound. Aiden fields his position, flips it over to first. McGannon is out. Pitcher to first, and that'll bring up Lincoln Kraus, who struck out back in the first inning.
Number 2, Lincoln Kraus.
4-2 Groton here in the top of the fourth. Here's the pitch. Kraus squares to bunt. Kelly off the mound over to first, and they just get the hustling Lincoln Kraus down the baseline. But it goes as a 1-3 putout in your scorebook, as fielding his position again very well that time, pitcher Aiden Kelly.
Number 5, Alex Ablin.
And that'll bring up the top of the lineup now with Alex Ablin. He's lined out to short, and he's got a double, and he scored a run here back in the first. Here's the Kelly pitch. That sails high on the fastball. 1 ball and no strikes now to Alex Ablin. Here's the Kelly pitch. Misses. 2 balls and no strikes. And the 2-0 now from Kelly. Here it is. That's low and inside. And the 2-0. There's a strike at the knees. Or 3 balls and 1 strike, I beg your pardon. So 3-1 now to Ablin. And here comes the pitch. That is a walk. So Ablin goes to first with the base on balls. And that'll bring up now Jordan Schwann, who has reached on an error, scored a run, and grounded out to short.
That'll bring up number 11, Jordan Schwann.
So base runner now, Alex Ablin over at first, Jordan Schwann in the batter's box. 4-2 Groton, top of the fourth. Here's a strike at the knees from Aiden Kelly. No balls and 1 strike to Jordan Schwann. 2 outs for Groton here in the top of the fourth inning. Here's the Kelly pitch. That is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kelly checks the runner, Ablin over at first. Here's a hit over the second baseman, Mason Allen's head into right field. Mason gave every inch of that vertical that he had, and he just about snagged it out of midair, but getting a single is Jordan Schwann. Ablin goes to second, and that'll bring up now number 4, the first baseman, Carter Simon, who has a RBI ground out and a strikeout tonight, but there's still 2 outs here in the top of the fourth, but now Groton is threatening with runners on first and second. They are already leading here 4-2. There's the Kelly curveball that stays high. 1 ball and no strikes. And the 1-0, that's low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Again, Groton is leading here 4-2. Groton scored all 4 of theirs in the first. Milbank scored both of theirs in the first. We have been scoreless since. As Kelly fires a ball, 3 balls and no strikes. Now he's 1 bad pitch from loading up the bases here. There are 2 outs, but that elusive third out. And here's the 3-0. That is going to be inside, so the bases are loaded now as Simon goes to first on the walk. Ablin to third, Schwann to second, and that'll bring up now with the bases loaded, T.C. Schuster. Schuster has a single and an RBI tonight, a run scored, and he's flied out to left. On that nifty defensive play in the 3rd inning by Milbank left fielder Caleb Lindstrom. Here's the pitch to Schuster. He takes a strike. No place to put T.C. Schuster here. The bases are all occupied tonight, right now by Groton runners. And here's the 0-1 now to Schuster. There is a pitch that gets away a little bit from catcher Heinge, but not far enough for Alex Ablin to come in from third. So it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count now to T.C. Schuster. Bases are loaded. Here's the 1-1. That's a hopper to Brady Allen at short, over to first. Nice play by Brady Allen. That took kind of a wicked hop, but Brady stayed with it. Groton does not score. They leave the bases loaded here. 3.5 complete. It is Milbank trailing Groton 4-2. We'll be back with more Legion baseball coming up right after this.
Mind you that an annual wellness exam is one of the best ways to stay healthy. Wellness exams can help catch health conditions early, and these visits help your primary care provider deliver care based on your health history and goals. Most insurance plans cover annual wellness visits, but coverage varies, so check with your insurance provider. Take charge of your health and schedule your wellness exam with Ortonville Area Health Services. Call 320-839-6157 to schedule.
This year, Pioneer celebrates a century of innovation. From the first corn hybrid to the latest innovation like Vorseed and Less Corn or Pioneer brand Z-Series soybeans. They're proud to be the one you count on when every bushel counts. The 100th season of Pioneer. Contact Paul or Riley at Dakota Country Egg Service in Milbank today at 605-467-0715 or 605-949-4170 to learn more.
And welcome back here to Milbank. I'm Chad Knowles on Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD Milbank, and our YouTube channel at KMSD Radio. Bottom of the 4th is where we are. Here's a hit deep third. Nice play by Ablin over to first. Nice stretch over there by Carter Simon. And they just get Bennett Hunt. Boy, what a bang play that was. Nice plays all around there. First of all, by Ablin to field it down the third base line, literally, as his momentum was taking him toward left field that time. And he fired a BB and a nice stretch over there by Carter Simon at first base. Bennett Hunt out 5-3. That brings up Mason Allen now here in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the pitch to Mason. That's high. 1 ball and no strikes now to Mason Allen. Kai Schooler waits on deck here in the bottom of the 4th. Again, game 1 scheduled to go 7. Game 2 scheduled to go 5 with bingo in between. They're going to try to get 10 games of bingo here in between baseball games tonight. So if you're on your way out to play bingo and watch some baseball, come on out. Here's a bunt that goes foul for Mason Allen. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to the Milbank second baseman. And the 1-2 count now to Allen. Here it is. That's high to Mason. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes now to number 7. Again, Groton leads here 4-2. Here's the pitch. That's grounded down the third baseline, foul. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now. And the 2-2 count to Mason. Here it is. There's a pop-up. Catcher says he has it, and he gloves it just a little bit to the left of home plate, does Carson Fleece. And that'll bring up Kai Schooler now for Milbank. Kai Schooler is flied out to left field here this evening. He's 0 for 1 so far. So again, bottom of the 4th is where we are here. Milbank is trailing Groton 4-2. And there's a pitch from Erdman that misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes to Kai Schooler. Here's the Erdman 1-0. That's inside on the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1, here it is. There's a swing and a foul back to the retaining wall. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Kai Schooler. Brady Allen waits on deck if Kai keeps the half inning alive here for Milbank. And the Erdman 1-2, here it is. They tried to paint the outside corner that time, and it just stayed a little bit too far outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. There's a bouncer down the third base line, foul. And so count rides along now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kai Schooler. Here's the Erdman pitch. That's a fastball that stays outside. Fills up the count now to Schooler. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Base is empty. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Milbank is trailing Groton 4-2. And here's the payoff now to Schooler. That's a swing and a foul back to the netting. A nice way to hang into the at-bat there by Kai Schooler as he hangs in tough. So again, the payoff pitch coming to Schooler. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 3 tonight for Jarrett Erdman of Groton. 4 complete. Game 1 of 2 here in the doubleheader tonight. Groton 4, Milbank 2. We'll be back with more Legion baseball coming up right after this on KMSD.
It's Schmidt's Landing on beautiful Big Stone Lake. Whether you're casting for walleyes, perch or bass, or just enjoying the stunning view, Schmidt's Landing has something for everyone. Relax in comfortable lakeside suites, or set up your camper or tent for a long weekend. How about spending this summer at your seasonal RV spot? There are also boat and pontoon rentals, plus a fully stocked C-store with bait and licensing. Discover a family adventure or a peaceful retreat at Schmidt's Landing. Visit schmidtslanding.com and like them on Facebook.
Milbank Ford isn't just a dealership. It's part of your journey. Whether you're cruising toward adventure or hauling hometown pride, they've got the ride to get you there. Stop in and explore their lineup of tough F-Series trucks, fuel-efficient SUVs, and family-ready crossovers, all backed by local service you can count on. The road starts in Milbank, but it could take you anywhere. Come and find your Ford today at Milbank Ford, where small-town trust meets big-time value.
Welcome back into Milbank here on a Tuesday night. Mid-July tomorrow already. Where has this summer gone so far? Can't believe that we're into mid-July tomorrow already. It sure feels like July or August out here, though. Again, your game time temperature here at about 5:30. First pitch was 93 with a feels like of 102. And that'll bring up Nick Greblinghoff now for Groton. Here in the top of the 5th inning, Greblinghoff hits that one into center field, just about right at Jackson Weesey. He goes into left center just a little bit and gloves it. So one pitch, one up and one down here.
That'll bring to the plate number 10, Karsten Fleece.
In the top of the 5th inning, that'll bring up Karsten Fleece. He has singled in a couple of trips here tonight. The pitch from Kelly, that sails outside. 1 ball and no strikes now to Fleece. Saponiak on deck for the Groton team. Here's the 1-0. Now there's a shot down the third base line, but foul. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Karsten Fleece. And the 1-1 now from Kelly. Here it is. That's a beautiful curveball right across Broadway. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Fleece. Again, bingo in between games. They're going to try to get 10 games of bingo. And there's a called third strike as Fleece is rung up on strikes. Strikeout number 4 recorded tonight for Milbank right-hander Aiden Kelly. That'll bring up number 20 now, the designated hitter Isaiah Saponiak. Bases empty here with nobody out, or 2 outs, excuse me. Bases empty with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Here's the pitch. That's a strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike to Isaiah Saponiak. And the 0-1 from Kelly. Here it is. That's going to be over Saponiak's head that time. 1 ball and 1 strike. To the right-handed batting designated hitter tonight here for Coach Patrick Krause, of course, a Milbank native. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That's that curveball, but it stays way high that time. 2 balls and 1 strike. And the Kelly pitch. There's a swing and a miss. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. So Kelly strikes him out. Strikeout number 5 for Kelly. 3 up, 3 down here in the top of the 5th. 4.5 complete. Groton 4, Milbank 2. Back with more Legion baseball after this on KMSD.
Where tobacco is a thing of the past, remaining only as a relic in a museum display case for tour guides to tell tales of. Where the life-threatening damage caused by tobacco is gone, extinct. Where the world has seen its last smoke put out. Smokes, vapes, and chew tips belong in a museum of ancient history, not your mouth. Start your quit today. Find out more at thelastsmoke.org. Paid for by the South Dakota Department of Health
and the Milbank Tobacco Coalition.
At 203 Realty in Milbank, a huge part of their formula for success is their agent team. One of those agents is Brandon Perry. Brandon is a Wilmot native, Northern State grad, and has resided in Milbank for over 22 years. Brandon joined the real estate world after 25 years of service in the National Guard. Brandon's attention to detail, patience, commitment to his customers, and willingness to put in the extra hours is what sets him apart.
Hi, this is Brandon Perry with 203 Realty. Contact us today by visiting 203-realty.com. At 203 Realty, your address is more than just a number.
And welcome back in here to the broadcast booth on a very hot July 14th evening here in Milbank. And Brady Allen will come to the dish now for Milbank. Brady has reached on an error. So we're in the bottom of the fifth. Groton is leading here 4-2. Here's the pitch to Allen. That misses. So 1 ball and no strikes now to Brady Allen. And the Jarrett Erdman offering, Brady wanted to hold back but couldn't on that high fastball that time. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brady Allen. And here's the Erdman pitch. That's a beauty in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the Erdman 1-2. Here it is. Brady reaches for that one. This could be trouble. And that's going to be a base hit as Tristan McGannon can't quite get to it, and Tristan is laying down there in right field. We hope he's okay. Brady Allen got a single, but that's not the focus of concern right now. It's right fielder for Groton, Tristan McGannon, as he kind of tumbled and did a somersault and just about came up with that catch. And we'll see if Tristan is going to be okay out there in right field. Groton is leading right now, 4-2. And he's up on his feet now anyway, which is nice to see. Remind you, Milbank's next doubleheader is on Thursday night. Castlewood will be here 6 and 8 o'clock for the doubleheaders on doubleheader on Thursday night, and then there's region play after that. Looks like McGannon is going to stay in right field. He gets a nice hand from the crowd, as he should. Yeah, he's walking good and everything. I think he was kind of waving his left arm or left shoulder. He might have kind of rolled over on it there when he was trying to make that catch. But anyway, Brady Allen is on first with a single, and that's going to bring up Jackson Weesey now to the plate. Actually representing the tying run here for Milbank, as Milbank is down 4-2 here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Throw over to first, and they just about got Brady Allen. Oh my. Brady Allen just about got a little bit too far off the bag that time, and to Erdman's credit, he noticed that and fired a BB over to first. And they just about got Brady leaning the wrong way that time, but Brady back in safely. So we see waiting for a pitch. Here it is. He squares to bunt. Nice bunt, Jackson. Over to first goes the pitcher. And so Brady Allen gets into scoring position as Jackson Weesey goes out 1-3. And that'll bring up now Caleb Lindstrom.
That'll bring up number 26, Caleb Lindstrom,
who is still representing the tying run now for Milbank with Brady Allen at second. It is 4-2 Groton in the bottom of the fifth. Again, game one here goes 7 tonight. Here's the pitch from Erdman. That fastball is high. 1 ball and no strikes. Lindstrom out of the batter's box now, looking down to third base coach Brady Femling. Here's the 1-0. There's a swing and a foul by Lindstrom. And Allen was on his way to third, and he's going to have to go back on the foul ball. So 1 ball and 1 strike now to Caleb Lindstrom. Brady Allen on second, 1 out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Milbank is trailing Groton here 4-2 on bingo night here at the game. And the 1-1, here it is. It's a swing and a foul back to the retaining wall behind home plate. Again, some nice prizes being offered for bingo. Snowblower, lawnmower, push lawnmower, a couple of grills, a smoker, I think, and just all kinds of things out here. Nice big prizes. And that's a strike. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Caleb Lindstrom. Brady Allen on second. Groton up 4-2, bottom of the fifth. Here's the 1-2. That's an opposite field single into right field. Brady Allen is going to be held at third. And Caleb Lindstrom goes the other way, slaps it to right field. He's got his second single tonight. Brady Allen held up at third, so he's at third. And now that'll bring up Aiden Kelly here for Milbank. And actually, Aiden Kelly now represents the go-ahead run. The tying run is actually at first base now with Caleb Lindstrom. It's 4-2 Groton here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And Aiden Kelly now, who's looking for his first hit here tonight. This would be an ideal place for Aiden to get his first safety here tonight. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes a strike, snap throw to first. Not in time. Good idea, though, that time by catcher Karsten Fleece, but Caleb Lindstrom gets back in safely. So runners at the corners now for Milbank with one out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Aiden Kelly with a no ball, one strike count. And the pitch, here it is. That's going to be high on the fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kelly takes a long look down to third base coach Brady Femling. And the 1-1 now from Erdman. Here it is. That's a beautiful pitch right across the heart of the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Aiden Kelly. Brady Allen on third, Caleb Lindstrom on first. Aiden Kelly with a 1-2 count. Here's the Erdman pitch. There's a swing and a miss. High fastball that time. Strikeout number 4. Recorded here for right-hand or left-handed pitcher Jared Erdman. And that'll bring up Matt Copeland, who has an RBI triple. And he's gone out first baseman unassisted. So if Mac could get into one right here, we'll wait and see. Tying run is on first base now with 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Mac. That's over his head. 1 ball and no strikes. Four to 2 Groton, bottom of the fifth. And the 1-0 pitch now. Here it is to Copeland. He swings and misses. He takes a mighty cut at that one and missed it. And the 1-1 now to Mac. Here it is. That is low and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now we're down to 91 with a feels like of 100, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the 2-1. That's a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the fifth, runners at the corners for Milbank. A 2-2 count to Matt Copeland with 2 outs. Erdman walked behind the mound for a little while. Now he's back on the bump. And the Groton lefty is going to get set to deal the next pitch here. And here it comes to Mac, 2-2, and here's a swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts to end the half inning as Copeland goes down on strikes. Fifth strikeout tonight for Groton lefty Jarrett Erdman. So Milbank leaves runners at first and third. We're going to go to the top of the sixth on the other end of this timeout. And we'll be back with more right after this on KMSD.
For health, you deserve a pharmacy that knows you by name. At Bean Pharmacy, your well-being is their priority. Stop in for fast, friendly service, convenient drive-through pickup, and a full line of durable medical equipment to keep you moving. Need a quick refill? Submit your prescription anytime online at beanpharmacy.com. Bean Pharmacy, where patients come first. Find them inside the Avera Medical Center in Milbank. Bean Pharmacy, your hometown pharmacy with a personal touch, because caring for you is what they do best.
Haslam Construction in Ortonville, Minnesota is known for their quality work. Additions to the Valley Queen Cheese Factory and First Bank and Trust, St. Lawrence School, Milbank Elementary, Ortonville Area Health Services, and the Big Stone County Highway Department Garage, and so many other projects over the years. They are known for their quality work and professionalism on the job. That's what makes Haslam Construction the contractor you want for your building projects. Go with the people you trust. Haslam Construction, Ortonville, Minnesota.
We are entering the top of the 6th inning here in Milbank. And you're in tune to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD, Milbank, South Dakota, and our YouTube page streaming audio and video at KMSD Radio. And again, in between games here, we've got bingo tonight. Crowd filling in even here a little bit more as bingo draws nearer. Again, big prizes offered tonight for bingo. And top of the 6th inning here.
Number 22, Tristan McGannon.
And that's going to bring in Tristan McGannon, who took a tumble there as he was making a defensive play in right field. But Tristan looks, right now anyway, no worse for the wear. So glad to see that for number 22. Foul back to the netting, so no balls and 1 strike. Now to McGannon. Here's the pitch. That's a slow off-speed pitch that time by Kelly. Misses, 1 ball and 1 strike. To McGannon, Lincoln Krause waits on deck for post number 39. Here's the pitch from Kelly. That's low and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. And Kelly's 2-1. Here it is. That's high. 3-1 now to McGannon. Tristan has singled and he has grounded out. Pitcher to first here so far tonight. 1 for 2. Here's the pitch. That's a strike at the knees. Center cut fastball that time to fill up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch is upcoming here for Kelly. Here it is. That is a little bit, well, it's called a strike. That was a good pitch. And rung up on strikes is Tristan McGannon, and that's 3 strikeouts in a row now, dating back to last half inning, and 6 overall tonight for Milbank right-hander Aiden Kelly. That'll bring up Lincoln Krause, who has struck out and he has grounded out. Pitcher to first. Here's the pitch to the left-handed batting Krause. He takes a ball. Third baseman Bennett Hunt playing on the infield grass. He might be expecting a bunt here, possibly from Krause. We'll have to wait and see. Here's the 1-0. Lincoln shows no signs of bunting, takes a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now to number 2, the center fielder for Groton, post 39. And the 1-1 now from Kelly. Here it is. That's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike on the fastball. And there's a swing and a miss by Krause. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the pitch. That is low and inside to Lincoln. He takes it to fill up the count now. So bases are empty with 1 out here in the bottom or top of the 6th inning. Here's the payoff pitch. There's a foul back to the netting. So Lincoln stays alive in the at-bat. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch now, the payoff pitch, here it is. That's hit pretty good into right field, but right there to make the catch is Matt Copeland. And Lincoln Krause flies out to Matt Copeland in right field. And that will bring up now Alex Ablin, the top of the order, with 2 outs here in the... That's going to be a pitching change now on pitch numbers 4. Aiden Kelly. So we'll catch up with the defensive changes, and we'll be back with more baseball coming up here on KMSD. We'll be back right after this.
You don't have to live with aches and pains. See Dr. Matt at Chiropractic in Motion. With a minor adjustment, headaches, numbness, and pain can be relieved. Dr. Matt is the type of chiropractor that helps his patients by correcting the problem with as few visits as possible. Chiropractic in Motion looks forward to seeing their customers outside of the office, enjoying their lifestyle with a smile. The next time you have aches and pains, count on the helping hands of Dr. Matt. He's there when you need him. Chiropractic in Motion Sports Injury and Family Wellness Center, Highway 12, Milbank.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug. Everyday savings close to home.
And it looks like it's a straight switch as Bennett Hunt, the third baseman, comes in to pitch now for Milbank. And Aiden Kelly goes to third base. So Aiden Kelly goes 5 2/3 here tonight. 6 strikeouts. And let's see how many walks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 walks. And let's see, he gives up 5 hits, I believe. So that's the official, unofficial line on Milbank right-handed starter Aiden Kelly. Again, we're in the top of the 6th now with 2 outs. Base is empty here for Groton. Bennett Hunt in relief of Aiden Kelly. That'll bring up now top of the order with Alex Ablin. Here's the pitch to Alex. There's a foul out of play to the right. Again, just into the 7 o'clock hour here. You're listening to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD, Milbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video on our YouTube channel at KMSD Radio. And here's the pitch, the 0-1 now. There is just a little bit outside. As Alex Ablin with the good eye that time, he took it. 1 ball and 1 strike now to the third baseman here for Groton. Here's the 1-1. Kelly throws one, or not Kelly, excuse me, Hunt throws one a little bit low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike now to the Groton batter, Alex Ablin. Here's the Hunt pitch. That's right across the plate. So Bennett evens the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, bingo in between games here. 10 games, I think they said they're going to try to get in, so we'll see how that goes. Here's the 2-2. That's low and outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch now to Ablin. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 1 for Bennett Hunt. And that closes 5.5. We've played 5.5 here in Milbank. Game number 1 of 2 here tonight. Groton 4, Milbank 2. We'll be back with more Legion baseball in a minute on KMSD.
You don't have to live with aches and pains. See Dr. Matt at Chiropractic and Motion. With a minor adjustment, headaches, numbness, and pain can be relieved. Dr. Matt is the type of chiropractor that helps his patients by correcting the problem with as few visits as possible. Chiropractic in Motion looks forward to seeing their customers outside of the office, enjoying their lifestyle with a smile. The next time you have aches and pains, count on the helping hands of Dr. Matt. He's there when you need him. Chiropractic in Motion Sports Injury and Family Wellness Center, Highway 12, Milbank.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience for your errands. Lewis Family Drug. Everyday savings close to home.
Bottom of the 6th is what we're entering here. Milbank trails 4-2. Tyler Heinze in the batter's box. Tyler just about gets hit with that pitch, but gets out of the way. And here's the Jarrett Erdman pitch. That's into left center field, and that's going to be caught by center fielder Lincoln Krause as he loses his hat on the way to that out. But a nice beat on it that time by Lincoln, and he gathered that one in. And that'll bring up number 15, the now pitcher, Bennett Hunt. Bennett took over on the mound with 1 out remaining in the top half of the 6th inning, and he struck out the batter. Here's the pitch to Bennett. He puts that one into short center field, and that's going to drop for a single. Neither Krause nor shortstop T.C. Schuster could get to that one. And that'll bring up now number 7, Mason Allen for Milbank. Again, Milbank and Groton scored all their runs in the first inning. We have had nary a run since. So here's the Erdman pitch. That misses. 1 ball and no strikes now to Mason Allen. And here's the 1-0 to Mason. He takes a strike. One ball and 1 strike to Mason Allen. And here's the pitch. That is going to be hit to the second baseman in the air, and he catches it. Nick Groblinghoff kind of on a line drive that time. Groblinghoff gathered that one in. And that'll bring up Kai Schooler now. Kai Schooler tonight looking for his first hit. Here's the pitch to Kai. He swings and misses. Kind of a low pitch that time, but Kai offered at it. No balls and 1 strike. Bennett Hunt is on first with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Schooler. No balls and 2 strikes. And here's the 0-2 now to Schooler. That misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2. That's low and inside. Gets away. Bennett Hunt goes down to second base. And the 2-2 now. There's a grounder to Schuster at short. He gets up and throws him out. Oh, what a play by Schuster at short. He kind of fell down as he fielded that one, but got up, gained his composure, fired a BB over to first base, and they just got Schooler. So Milbank comes up empty, 6 complete. Groton 4, Milbank 2. We'll be back with more Legion baseball right after these messages here on KMSD.
Ford isn't just a dealership. It's part of your journey. Whether you're cruising toward adventure or hauling hometown pride, they've got the ride to get you there. Stop in and explore their lineup of tough F-Series trucks, fuel-efficient SUVs, and family-ready crossovers, all backed by local service you can count on. The road starts in Milbank, but it could take you anywhere. Come and find your Ford today at Milbank Ford, where small-town trust meets big-time value.
Border Lake Insurance in Milbank and Ortonville is your locally owned independent insurance agency. As an independent insurance agency, Terry Holquist and staff at Border Lake Insurance have access to multiple companies that offer home, farm, auto, commercial, life, and health products. Border Lake Insurance has 2 convenient locations. Stop by or call their Main Street office in Milbank at 605-432-5884. Or in Ortonville, call 320-839-6145. Located in Grand Marais State Bank, formerly the Sen Bank Building. Border Lake Insurance. Insurance agents you can count on.
And welcome back here to Milbank. Tuesday night, July 14th, and a very, very hot Tuesday night. I think we're down to about, if we can say down to about 91 degrees now, with it feels like of about 100. And Milbank now will get set to pitch to Groton here in the top of the 7th. Jordan Schwann is going to lead off here for post 39. Again, Groton is leading here 4-2. And this is game 1 of 2. Bingo in between. They're going to try to get 10 games of bingo in here in between with some fabulous prizes. So we'll wait and see. Of course, we'll send it back to KMSD. And we'll be back with game 2, of course, when it starts, obviously. As Jordan Schwann now comes to the dish here for Groton. Here's the Bennett Hunt pitch. That misses. 1 ball and no strikes. And the 1-0 now to Bennett, or from Bennett Hunt. That's going to be into left center field. That's going to find Green. That could roll all the way to the fence. And it will. Jordan Schwann into second with a stand-up double. So nice piece of hitting that time by Schwann. He got every inch of that baseball and put it in between center fielder Jackson Weesey and left fielder Caleb Lindstrom. And that'll bring up now number 4, Carter Simon, the first baseman. Carter Simon has an RBI on a ground out. He has struck out and he has walked. Here's the pitch from Hunt. That is a ball. Groton looking for an insurance run or runs here. They are leading here 4-2 in the top of the 7th. And there's the pitch. That's a strike, so it evens the count now. 1 ball and 1 strike to Carter Simon. TC Schuster waits on deck here for post 39. And the Bennett Hunt pitch. There's a mile-high pop-up down the third base line into foul territory, and not being able to come up with it that time is third baseman Aiden Kelly. He kind of staggered under that one a little bit that time. It looked like he had it for a while, and then it kind of got out of his grasp. So new life, if you will, for Carter Simon. With nobody out, Schwann at second. Groton already leading here 4-2. Here's the pitch. There's a hit into left center field. That hangs in the air a little bit longer. Weesey on his horse. He's not going to be able to catch it in deep center field. And they're going to send the runner around, and coming into third with an RBI triple is Carter Simon. As Jordan Schwann scores. And we change the scoreboard now to 5-2 Groton. That'll bring up T.C. Schuster. That is the first run by either team since the first inning. A bunch of cleanly played middle innings here, but now Groton is hanging one so far, and they got the runner at third. And there's going to be an RBI single to left by T.C. Schuster. And Carter Simon touches home plate. So now it is 6-2 Groton. And that'll bring up Nick Groblingoff now, who has an RBI single tonight. He has struck out and flied out to center. Takes a strike. No balls and one strike. So 2 insurance runs so far here for Groton. They were leading 4-2 going into the half inning, but now they've added 2. So it's 6-2 here, Groton now, with still nobody out in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. That is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1 now, here it is. That's fouled back to the netting off to the left. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Bennett Hunt jumps ahead. Again, Groton leads here 6-2. Top of the 7th inning. Milbank has 1 at-bat left here tonight in game number 1. And the 1-2, that's fouled back to the netting as well. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now. And here comes the 1-2. That's hit into right center field. Jackson Weesey gets that one, though. A nice catch by Jackson out there in right center field. Groblinghoff hit that hard. But an F8 in your scorebook, and that'll bring up Karsten Fleece now for Groton.
Up to the plate is number 10, Karsten Fleece.
Karsten has singled. He has flied out to center, and he has struck out here tonight. So now there's 1 out here for Groton in the top of the 7th inning with Schuster still at first. Here's the pitch. That's low. 1 ball and no strikes to Fleece. And here's the 1-0. That is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. If you're just tuning in, Groton scored 4 in the top of the first. Milbank answered with 2 in the bottom of the first. Groton has added 2 here so far in the top of the 7th. And that's where we are, 6-2. And here's the pitch. That's low and inside, and actually that hits the batter, Fleece. So he goes down to first, hit by the pitch, and that'll send Schuster to second.
Hitter, number 20, Isaiah Sapaniak.
And Isaiah Sapaniak in the batter's box now. He has struck out, he has singled, and walked. It's now runners at first and second for Groton. They have already scored 2 here in the top of the 7th inning. here's the pitch. That is a ball, 1 ball and no strikes to number 20, Saponiak. And the pitch, that is hit into right field in the air, but that's going to be out of play in foul territory. 1 ball and 1 strike to Saponiak. And here's the pitch. That's low and inside. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And the 2-1, here it is. That's high, 3-1. And here's the 3-1. There's a swing and a miss by Saponiak. And there's a walk to load up the bases. Schuster to third, Fleece to second, Saponiak to first. And that now will bring up Tristan McGannon with an ideal opportunity here for Groton to absolutely blow this thing wide open. They're up 6-2 right now, but the bases are loaded with 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning.
That'll bring to the plate number 22, Tristan McGannon.
Tristan McGannon in the batter's box now. He has struck out, he has grounded out to pitcher, and he has walked. Here's the pitch. That is a fastball low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes to McGannon. No place to put him here, by the way. So the sacks are all occupied here. And here's the 1-0. That is going to be inside. 2 balls and no strikes. So now Bennett really struggling here to find home plate. 2 balls and no strikes now to Tristan McGannon. And the Hunt pitch, here it is. That is outside. So 3 balls and no strikes now to McGannon. Again, the bases are all occupied, so no place to put him. And here's the pitch. That is a strike. So 3 balls and 1 strike now to McGannon. Still only 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Groton has scored 2 so far. And here's the Hunt pitch. That is inside. And that's a bases loaded RBI walk for McGannon. As Schuster comes in to touch home plate. Going to third is Fleece, second Saponiak. And it is now 7-2 Groton. And we're going to have a meeting at the mound. And the meeting on the mound is over now. Again, don't forget our next broadcast action is Thursday night. Castlewood will be here for a doubleheader. And then next week is region tournament time. And Lincoln Krause comes to the batter's box now with the bases loaded. Milbank's infield playing in. There's a hit into short right field, and that's going to drop. 1 run is going to score. And out at second is McGannon. Fleece scores. So now it is 8-2. And Saponiak is at third. And that'll bring to the dish now Alex Ablin. Here's a pop fly out of play.
It is a foul ball.
And it's no balls and one strike. There goes the runner to second. Snap throw to third. Goes way into left field. And coming in to score will be Saponiak. So now it should be 9-2 Groton. And out at third is Lincoln Kraus.
That run counts, right?
But it is now... Well, I have 9-2 Groton, so that's 6.5 complete. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th right after this for some of our video sponsors here on the radio and the internet.
Ford, Darren and his crew offer the best mechanic service, along with a full lineup of Ford vehicles. They pride themselves on the honest and friendly way of doing business. Check out milbankford.com to see what they have to offer, or stop by Milbank Ford, West Highway 12, Milbank.
Whimsy on Main makes it easy to find unique gifts for all occasions. Whimsy specializes in packages specific to your gift-giving needs. Shop in store for books, home toys, games, and more Monday through Saturday or online at whimsyonmain.com. Let Whimsy on Main be your one-stop gift shop on Main Street, Milbank.
This broadcast brought to you locally by Dennis Mears, financial advisor with Legacy Financial Partners, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC. Your future is counting on the right financial advice.
And welcome back here to Milbank. Groton has a new pitcher, and we'll try to find out who that is here. That is... That is number 19 that's pitching now for Groton. Braden Fleece. So is it 9-2? Okay, yeah, it is 9-2. All right. So we're going to the bottom of the 7th now.
Up to bat is number 3, Brady Allen.
Brady Allen grounds to short. Over to first. Brady Allen is out. Short to first. And that'll bring up the top of the lineup now, and Jackson Weesey.
That'll bring up number 12, Jackson Weesey.
So Milbank down by 9, or by 7 here, 9-2. Bottom of the 7th, again game 1, and then there'll be bingo in between games here tonight. And then we'll have a game 2. So stay tuned, and we'll bring game 2 to you here when we can. And here comes the pitch. That is high from Braden Fleece. And here's the pitch. That is a strike. And Here's the 1-1. That is low and inside to Weesey. And here's the 2-1 now. That is going to be a hit into left field for a single for Jackson Weesey. So I'll bring to the dish now Caleb Lindstrom.
Single will bring up number 26, Caleb Lindstrom.
Caleb has a single tonight, a couple of singles actually. And here's the pitch. That is a strike at the knees. And the 0-1 pitch. Now here it is. That just about hits Lindstrom, but doesn't. High and inside. Here's the pitch. There's a hit into right field, and that is down the first base line and caught in foul territory by Carter Simon. Oh my, what a catch by Carter Simon in foul territory. That'll bring up Aiden Kelly for Milbank.
Aiden Kelly.
As Milbank's last chance here in game number 1. Here's the pitch to Aiden. There's a mile-high pop-up on the infield. Third baseman Alex Ablin puts it away. And game number 1 is over. Your final score, Groton 9 and Milbank 2. We'll be back to wrap it up. Coming up after this for our video sponsors here on KMSD and the Internet.
The difference fiber-fast internet can make in your home or business. ITC pairs unbeatable speed with local support to provide an exceptional customer experience. Get started today with ITC, your community-connected cooperative.
Smoke breaks take time. Time away from defining moments in life. His moment of glory was your moment. Wasted. Fewer moments wasted. More good years.
Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
Ortonville Area Health Services. Our mission? At Ortonville Area Health Services, we provide personalized, high-quality, and compassionate care through caring professionals in a healing environment. Your healthcare home, Ortonville Area Health Services.
And welcome back to Milbank. Your final here in game number 1. Groton wins 9-2. 9 runs, 9 hits for Groton. Milbank 2 runs, 5 hits. Milbank scores 2 in the first, and that's all they could score. Groton would score 4 in the first and add 5 big runs in that top of the 7th. So again, Groton takes game 1 here, 9-2. We're going to take a little, probably of an extended break here because we've got bingo now at the stadium. We'll be back with game 2 as soon as it happens. So Jana, we're going to send it back to you now, and we'll be back with the second game here, and I would guess probably about 25 minutes to a half hour, give or take. So anyway, just stay tuned. Game number 2, Milbank and Groton coming up. Milbank loses game 1 here to Groton, 9-2. For now, I'm Chad Knowles on KMSD and our YouTube channel. Good night from Milbank, and we'll send it back now to the studios.
I-21. I-21. If you do get a bingo, you gotta yell it really loud. I-29. I-29. 067. 067. B4. B4. B6. B6. N37. N37. N40. N40. I-17. I-17. G57. G57. N45. N45. We have a bingo.
One bingo.
We're going to go ahead and verify that bingo.
N45, N44, 3, 37, 34. That's the bingo.
That is a good bingo. Congratulations. Game number 1, you won a push mower.
With the mower. Okay, I'll hold this
Alright,
up.
give us a few seconds here and we're going to be playing game number 2, which will be the purple card. Game number 2 will be the purple card. And that's going to be your Pro Pizza Oven. A Coda 2 Pro Pizza Oven. Sounds delicious.
No, regular bingo. Say regular bingo.
Everything will be regular bingo. If you have any questions on regular bingo, see the ladies in the front. Alright, here we go. Second game. First, I-28. I-28. I-26. I-26. G46. G46. B6. B6. O68. O68. O71. O71. B12. B12. G54. G54. G50. G50. B13. B13. N34. N34. G56. G56. G52. G52. O64. O64. B9. B9. B5. B5. This is for the pizza oven. I-30. I-30. N32. N32. I-25. I-25. N35. N35. B14. B14. I-24. I-24. D-15. D-15. We got a bingo. Check the card and we'll move on to game number 3. We've got 2 bingos.
I'll check them first.
Do you have the ability to check them down there? Okay, they can check them down there.
They can check it down there if you want to take this. How do they do that? They roll it down. Oh, okay.
So in the event of 2 bingos, of which we have, there is a card, and we're going to draw the card to determine who wins the Pro Pizza Oven and who gets a surprise prize.
Okay, game 3.
All right, we are on to game number 3. That's your dark green card. This is for the Louisiana Grills. It's a pellet grill. All right, here we go. I-23, I-23. This is your dark green card. M36, M36. I-29, I-29. I-19, I-19. B5, B5. O72, O72. I-16, I-16. M31, M31. G51, G51. O62, O62. O69, O69. G59, G59. B2, B2. M39, M39. G58, G58. I-26, I-26. M38, M38. B8, B8. Got a bingo. We'll go ahead and verify it. That is a good bingo. Congratulations on winning the pellet grill. All right, the next game is going to be on our orange card. And this is going to be a Bissell carpet cleaning machine. And thank you to Do It Best Hardware for sponsoring tonight's event. All right, here we go. Again, on the orange card, have your orange card ready and your markers in hand. First up, I-18. I-18. N41. N41. 073. 073. G51. G51. B13. B13. B12. B12. G49. G49. 069. 069. 06. B4. B4. B15. B15. G54. G54. I-21. I-21. N39. N39. G53. G53. I-25. I-25. B14. B14. N42. N42. B9. B9. We got a bingo. The bingo is good. Congratulations on your carpet cleaning machine. Next card is going to be your dark pink card, and the prize is a Solo stove. Dark pink card, prize is Solo stove. And here we go. N35. N35. I-18. I-18. 066. 066. B14. B14. I-30. I-30. N42. N42. O70. O70. B4. B4. G49. G49. G52. G52. O74. O74. B6. B6. B13. B13. N40. N40. B11. B11. G51. G51. N45. N45. B3. We got a bingo. We're going to check it here. Good. That is a good bingo. All right, we're going to reload our roller here. Game 6 will be your yellow card. Get out your yellow card. A Charbroil 4 burner grill. Game number 6, yellow card. And here we go. N38. N38. B10. B10. N37. N37. N33. N33. I-26. I-26. N44. N44. G53. G53. G070. 070. B3. B3. 062. I-21. I-21. 073. 073. I-23. I-23. N40. N40. We got a bingo. We'll check the card and get back to you. All right, that was a good bingo. Oh, we got 2 bingos. We're going to have to do a bingo off. All right, we'll be right down there for the tiebreaker. All right, it looks like everybody's a winner down there. All right, for all you smoking fans, the next one is for you. It's the light green card, and it's a smoker. Tahoma Smoker, light green card. Here we go. And the first one is B14. B14. N35. N35. G51. G51. 062. 062. 073. 073. I-19. I-19. N37. N37. 066. 066. N34. N34. I-23. I-23. B1. B1. B12. B12. N39. N39. 075. 075. G49. G49. I-30. I-30. 070. 070. G58. G58, N32, N32. I-24, I-24. We got a bingo.
How many games we got left?
That's a good bingo. Congratulations on the Tahoma Smoker. All right, our next game is going to be the light pink card. That is going to be a 3-in-1 80-volt push mower. That's right. If your grass is getting long, this is the prize for you. This is on your light pink card. Oh, 61. Oh, 61. Oh, 67. Oh, 67. N32. N32. I-21. I-21. N44. N44. G57. G57. G56. G56. I-16. I-16. G49. G49. B7. B7. N43. N43. I-28. I-28. O-69. O-69. We got a bingo. All right, that's a good bingo. Congratulations on the push
Final game
mower.
of bingo left now, so.
All right.
I
Next
think-
one is going to be on your blue card.
Can you monitor me back in the studio so when you see I'm on, can you just flip me over?
Again, blue card,
Okay.
Weber gas grill.
I'm thinking I'm probably going to
Game
go on
number 9 out
about,
of 10 games.
I'm guessing about 5 after 8 probably. But I don't know. You know, this last game might not take very long either, but I think in the area of 5 after 8.
All right, here we go.
Probably either way, I'll go on about 5 after 8.
G47.
So let's just plan on that.
Oh,
So I think I'll
71.
just, I'll
Oh,
about 5
71.
after 8 or 6 after 8, something like that. I'll
B2.
well, the live stream, of course, is still
B2.
going, so, so
I-19.
I'll just jump on it and get about 5 after 8, so.
I-25.
All right, thank you.
I-25. N36. N36. B4. B4. N40. N40. O72. O72. B11. B11. G60. G60. I-27. I-27. I-18. I-18. N39. N39. N31. N31. I-29. I-29. You have a bingo? Nope. 074. 074. All right, we got a bingo. Doing the checking. Bingo is good. And again, thanks to Do It Best Hardware for supporting the bingo tonight. All right, we are on our very last game, game number 10. It's going to be the brown card. It's the only card you have left, probably. Just an FYI, this is for the Troy-built snowblower, and it took Leighton Rafferty approximately 6 hours to put it together, so we can thank him if you win. All right, here we go. G47, G47. 066, 066. G46, G46. 075, 075. I-18, I-18. G48, G48. B1, B1. B8, B8. G49, G49. B14, B14. G59, G59. We got a bingo. That is a quick bingo. The bingo is good. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for participating and supporting local baseball. The funds for bingo will go to the new concession stand that you see being built over here to my left. All right. Thank you. Yep. We'll be getting started here shortly with game number 2. If it's not too much to ask, can we get all the winners for bingo to go over by the blue tent so they can get a picture? I thought Jenny was going to bring us something at some point.
And welcome back into Milbank. Legion Baseball game number 2. Milbank post 9 and Groton post number 39. Good evening once again. I'm Chad Knowles. Good evening, baseball fans. A lot of happy bingo winners here tonight that won some really big prizes in between games. Again, Groton wins game number 1 tonight, 9-2. Now we're getting set for game number 2. Let's introduce Groton's starting lineup here for game number 2. Leading off is Alex Abelin. He'll play third base. Batting number 2 in center field is Jordan Schwann. Batting number 3 at first base is Carter Simon. Batting in the cleanup spot, the shortstop, T.C. Schuster. Batting number 5 at second base, Nick Grublinghoff. Batting number 6, the D.H., Karsten Flees. Batting number 7 in right field, Isaiah Saponiak. Batting number 8 in left field, Tristan McGannon. And batting number 9 in catching, Lincoln Krause. Not batting but pitching tonight is Braden Fleece. Milbank will go like this. Jackson Weesey will lead off and pitch. He will be followed by right fielder Mason Allen. Batting number 3, catching Aiden Kelly. Batting number 4 at first base, Matt Copeland. Batting number 5 in left field, Tyler Heinge. Batting number 6 at third base, Bennett Hunt. Batting number 7 at center field, Caleb Lindstrom. Batting number 8 at second base, Keaton Johnson. And batting number 9 at shortstop, Brady Allen. Milbank Post 9, coached by Ron Kraus, Brady Femling, Caden Kraus. And Groton Post 39 is coached by Pat Kraus. So let's set Milbank Post 9 defensively for you here in Game 2. In left field is Tyler Heinge. In center field is Caleb Lindstrom. And over in right is Mason Allen. Around the infield, Bennett Hunt at third, Brady Allen at short, Keaton Johnson at second, Matt Copeland at first, Aiden Kelly behind the dish, and on the bump is number 12, Jackson Weesey. Game time temperature 88, feels like 96. So still pretty hot out here in Milbank as we got the fans going here and all kinds of stuff here in the press box. Anyway, this game scheduled to go 5 innings here in game number 2. Again, you're reminded you're listening to Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD Milbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video on our YouTube page at KMSD Radio. Next broadcast action will be just 2 short nights. Thursday night, Castlewood will be here for the conventional 6 and 8 o'clock doubleheader. Again, this one started at 5:30, of course, the first game. But back to the conventional 6 and 8 o'clock on Thursday. And, of course, I'll have both ends for you here on KMSD and our YouTube channel as well. We want to thank our Legion Baseball sponsors here while we have a chance. The Millstone Family Restaurant, Avera, Milbank Medical Center, Milbank Area Hospital, Avera, Milbank Tobacco Coalition, 203 Realty, Bean Pharmacy, Haslam Construction, Milbank Ford, Border Lake Insurance, Ortonville Area Health Services, Dakota Country Ag Service, Chiropractic in Motion, Lewis Family Drug, Pro Image Partners, ITC, and Schmitz Landing. All right, we are getting ready here for game number 2. And leading off will be third baseman Alex Abelin for Groton. In the first game tonight, Alex had a double, a walk, and he scored a run. So Jackson Weesey now is on the bump, and he Milbank right-hander, number 12, Jackson Weesey, as night is starting to fall here in Milbank. And here's the Weesey pitch. That's high. And we lost our scoreboard for some reason out here. And here is the pitch now from Weesey. That sails high. So we'll see what the count is here. It's 2-1. Yeah, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 count. There's a hit to right field, but foul, so evens the count now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Alex Abelin. Leadoff hitter here for Groton in game number 2. And the Jackson Weesey 2-2, that is going to sail inside to fill up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Alex Abelin. Again, Abelin will be followed here by Jordan Schwann and Carter Simon. Game number 2 of 2 here tonight. And here's the payoff pitch. That's high. So Alex Abelin draws a walk. And that'll bring up now Jordan Schwann, number 11. The first game tonight, he reached on an error, he singled, he doubled, or he tripled. No, he doubled. He reached on an error, he singled, he doubled, and he scored a run. That was his first game line here tonight. And the pitch from Weesey, here it is. That's low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes now to Jordan Schwann. And waiting on deck is Carter Simon here for Groton. And the 1-0 now is going to upcome here from Weesey. Here it is. That's a swing and a miss. Jackson took a little bit off of that one that time and had Schwann way ahead. 1 ball and 1 strike on the swing and a miss. Again, Groton wins game number 1 tonight, 9-2. Milbank trying to split the doubleheader here tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike now from Weesey. Here it is. That's outside. 2 balls and a strike. And Weesey checks the runner now with a 2-1 count. Comes to the set. Here's the pitch. That is high. There's the throw down to second. Not in time. Stealing second is Alex Ablin. Jackson Weesey 3-1 pitch. Here it is. That is outside. So back-to-back walks now to Groton's first 2 hitters here. So Alex Ablin will stay at second. Jordan Schwann becomes the runner at first. That'll bring up Carter Simon now for Groton. Carter Simon in game 1 tonight had a couple of RBIs, a triple, and a walk. Simon takes a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes to the Groton first baseman. Groton threatening here already. It's runners on first and second. Here's the 1-0. That's kind of a defensive swing that time. 1 ball and 1 strike. Josh Mueller is the home plate umpire this game. Sammy Femling is the base umpire. Oh, that was a ball. I beg your pardon. 2 balls and no strikes now to Carter Simon. Weesey comes to the set. Now he steps off the rubber. Again, Alex Ablin at second, Jordan Schwann at first, nobody out. Top of the first, game number 2 after Groton won game 1 here, 9-2. And now a third base coach and head coach, Pat Kraus, said something to home plate umpire, but nobody's any worse for the wear. So 2 balls and no strikes now to Carter Simon. And here's the 2-0 from Weesey. Now there's a swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike to Carter Simon. T.C. Schuster waits on deck here for Groton. And there must have been a balk. So Ablin gets third. Schwann gets second. So now Groton really threatening here with runners on second and third and still nobody out. Carter Simon with a 2-1 count. Jackson Weesey, Milbank's right-handed starting pitcher here in game number 2. Here's the 2-1. That's a fly ball into short right field. Coming in and gloving it out there is Mason Allen. Returns the ball to the infield. They're going to try to score. There's going to be a play at the plate, but they're going to come in to score. As sliding in safely is Ablin. And going into third is Schwann, except Schwann is out at third. Simon flies out to right field, but Groton does crack the goose egg. It's 1-0 Groton here in the early going, and that will bring up TC Schuster now with the bases empty and 2 outs. In the first game tonight, TC had an RBI single, a couple of RBI singles, and a couple of runs scored as Weesey fires the pitch in there. And it's a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to TC Schuster. Nick Grublinghoff waits on deck. Here's the pitch. That is going to be inside. So 2 balls and no strikes now to Schuster. Bases are empty for Groton here now in the top of the first, but they have pushed across a run. And here's the pitch. That's going to be a hit into center field. That's going to fall in front of Caleb Lindstrom. So Schuster hits a single to center field for the Groton team. Now we'll bring up number 13, Nick Grublinghoff. Nick Grublinghoff had an RBI single and a run scored in 4 trips to the plate in game number 1 tonight. So there are 2 outs now with a runner on first here for Groton. Groton leads 1-0. And there is a pitch from Weesey that misses. 1 ball and no strikes to Grublinghoff. Top of the first, game number 2 here tonight, bingo night. We had a lot of 10 games of bingo in between the first and second baseball game here tonight. Here's the 1-0. There's a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. So that's why if you were watching or waiting and listening and wondering why it took a little bit longer, that's why, because it was for a good cause. So it was a lot of fun out here at the ballpark. Here's the pitch. That's fouled back to the netting. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Grublinghoff. Groton leads here in the early going 1-0 here in game number 2 after taking game number 1 tonight 9-2. Of course, we're back here for a doubleheader on Thursday night. Castlewood will be here. And the 1-2 now to Grublinghoff. That bounces to the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So we see now with the 2-2 pitch upcoming. Here it is. There's a fly ball out of play to the left.
Ball frenzy. Go get that baby for $5. Bring it back to the concession stand.
Ooh, $5 tonight for that foul ball. Ooh, I think I heard that right. I should throw off the headphones and go down and get it myself, but I won't. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Grublinghoff. Here it is. There's a hit into left field in the air in foul territory, and that's going to hit foul. Left fielder Tyler Heinge runs after it, can't catch up with it. So count rides along now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nick Grublinghoff. Top of the first, Groton has scored a run here. It is 1-0 Groton in game number 2. They took game number 1 here tonight 9-2. It was much closer than that. If you did not listen to that game, it was 4-2 going into the top of the 7th, and Groton hung a 5 spot there in that top of the 7th to make it look like a runaway. And the 2-2 now, there's a grounder on the ground to first base. Copeland comes up with it in foul territory. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now remains the count to Grublinghoff. And the 2-2 now from Weesey. There it is. There's a swing and a miss. So Grublinghoff down on strikes. Groton does get 1 run. Half an inning. Groton 1. Milbank coming to the bat. We'll be back with the bottom of the first right after these messages here on KMSD.
Your health, you deserve a pharmacy that knows you by name. At Bean Pharmacy, your well-being is their priority. Stop in for fast, friendly service, convenient drive-through pickup, and a full line of durable medical equipment to keep you moving. Need a quick refill? Submit your prescription anytime online at beanpharmacy.com. Bean Pharmacy, where patients come first. Find them inside the Avera Medical Center in Milbank. Bean Pharmacy, your hometown touch, because caring for you is
Milbank Elementary, Ortonville Area Health Services, and the Big Stone County Highway Department garage, and so many other projects over the years. They are known for their quality work and professionalism on the job. That's what makes Haslett Construction the contractor you want for your building projects. Go with the people you trust. Haslett Construction, Ortonville, Minnesota.
And welcome back here. Let's set Groton, post number 39, defensively here for you. In game number 2 in left field, Tristan McGann. In center field, Jordan Schwann. Right field is Isaiah Saponiak. Around the infield, Alex Ablin at third, T.C. Schuster at short, Nick Groblinghoff at second, Carter Simon over at first. Behind the plate is Lincoln Kraus. And on the bump is a right-hander, number 19, Braden Fleece.
Leading up for Milbank is number 12, Jackson Weesey.
Jackson Weesey leads off like he did first game tonight. Jackson had a single in 4 trips first game tonight. First pitch is a ball, followed by a strike to Jackson. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Jackson Weesey. And the Fleece pitch, here it is. That's kind of a little bit of a curveball action that time. That misses high. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jackson Weesey. And there's a hit down the left field line, but foul. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Jackson. Braden Fleece has his sign. Here comes the 2-2. That is high. Jackson Weesey takes a ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And there's a swing and a miss by Weesey. Strikeout for Braden Fleece. That'll bring up Mason Allen for Milbank. Mason in game number 1 tonight wore the collar. He was 0 for 3. So Mason looking for his first hit here in the doubleheader tonight. 1 out, nobody on. Groton up 1-0. Here's the pitch to Allen. He takes a mighty swing and doesn't get anything. No balls and 1 strike to Mason Allen. Aiden Kelly waits on deck here for post 9. Here's the pitch. There's a hit into right field in foul territory, out of play. As the kids scramble for it, off to my immediate right. And the no ball, 2 strike count now to Mason Allen. Here it is. That's high. Just about hits Mason in the head, but Mason gets out of the way. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mason Allen. Base is empty here. Game number 2. Milbank is trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the first. And here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss on Heath that time by Braden Fleece. Nice fastball. Strikeout number 2. First 2 up, 2 down by strikes. That'll bring up Aiden Kelly now for Milbank. Aiden also wore the collar in the first game, 0 for 4. So Aiden Kelly looking for his first base hit here tonight in the doubleheader. And he takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes from Braden Fleece. 304 down the right field line here, 307 down the left field line, 372 to left center, 372 to straightaway center, right center, 390 as it juts out a little bit toward the street there in right center field. Those are the dimensions here at the ballpark. Beautifully manicured field here in North Milbank. And the ball, or the count, goes to 3-0 now to Aiden Kelly. And here comes the Fleece offering, and that's going to be low. So a 4-pitch walk to Aiden Kelly. And that'll bring up Mac Copeland. Mac in game number 1 tonight had an RBI triple in 3 trips, and he scored a run. So it's 1-0 here, Groton, in the bottom of the first inning. Game number 2. Here's the pitch to Copeland. That's low. One ball and no strikes now to Matt Copeland. And the 1-0, here it is. That's a strike at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mac. Mac, a left-handed batter for Milbank. Here's the pitch. That is right there, but a little bit outside. 2 balls and a strike now to Copeland. And the 2-1 now, here it is. That's a strike at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2s are wild here for Milbank. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the first inning. It's 1-0 Groton. And here's the 2-2 now to Copeland. He hits that out of play to the left. Actually, that wasn't out of play. That was just in foul territory. Left fielder Tristan McGannon gave that one a pretty good effort out there in foul territory in left field. But does not come up with the catch, so Matt Copeland still alive with a 2-2 count here. Here's the pitch to Mac. That's way high and outside. Fleece held on to it a little bit too long that time to fill up the count now to Copeland. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Aiden Kelly on first, so he should get a little bit of a head start here. And there he goes, and that pitch is ball 4. So now after back-to-back strikeouts to open the half inning, it's back-to-back walks. Kelly goes to second, Copeland to first. Tyler Heinge comes to the dish now for Milbank. Tyler Heinge reached on an error in 3 trips to the plate in game number 1. Here's the pitch by Fleece. There's a pop-up. And catcher comes and gives it a look and can't come up with it in foul territory. So no balls and 1 strike now to Tyler Heinge. Here's the pitch to Tyler. That's way high over his head. So 1 ball and 1 strike now to Tyler Heinge. And the Fleece pitch, here it is. That is fisted in the infield in foul territory. First baseman Carter Simon can't quite get to it. Didn't hang up in the air long enough for Carter to put that one in the glove. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now the count to Heinge. If Tyler keeps the half inning alive, Bennett Hunt will come to the dish. But there are 2 on for Milbank and 2 outs. Groton is leading 1-0 here. Here's the pitch, a swing and a miss. So actually striking out the side is Braden Flees, but he put in 2 walks as well. Milbank comes up empty. 1 complete. Game number 2, Groton 1, Milbank nothing. We'll be back with more Legion Baseball coming up right after this on KMSD.
You don't have to live with aches and pains. See Dr. Matt at Chiropractic in Motion. With a minor adjustment, headaches, numbness, and pain can be relieved. Dr. Matt is the type of chiropractor that helps his patients by correcting the problem with as few visits as possible. Chiropractic in Motion looks forward to seeing their customers outside of the office, enjoying their lifestyle with a smile. The next time you have aches and pains, count on the helping hands of Dr. Matt. He's there when you need him. Chiropractic in Motion Sports Injury and Family Wellness Center, Highway 12, Milbank.
Lewis Family Drug is your one-stop location. In addition to quality prescription and non-prescription drugs with free delivery, Lewis has a huge selection of everyday basics and name brands and specialty items, always at affordable prices. They carry seasonal items, fabrics, crafts, and groceries. Shopping at your local Lewis Drug is more simple and more rewarding than ever. Download the Lewis mobile app to add on-the-go convenience to your errands. Lewis Family Drug. Everyday savings close to home.
And don't forget, we open up region play here on this very field next Tuesday, July 21st. First game of the day, Big Stone City, post 229 against this Groton, post number 39 team. Milbank, post 9, will play Claremont, post number 262, the second game next Tuesday. And Sisseton then will play the winner of Big Stone City and Groton at about 5 o'clock next Tuesday. And then about 7:30, I suppose, 8 o'clock next Tuesday, the two losers will play each other. So then there's 3 games on July 22nd. And I think we're going to cover pretty much all the games here on KMSD and or B103.
Here at the top of the second is number 10,
Karsten Fleece will come to the dish now for Groton here in the top of the second inning against Jackson Weesey. Karsten Fleece in game number 1 had a couple of singles, and he scored a run. Karsten Fleece fouls it, so no balls and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. That's a fastball that stays inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. To Karsten Fleece, Isaiah Saponiak is on deck for Groton. And the 1-1 now from Weesey. Here it is. That's high and in. A little chin music that time to Karsten Fleece. And Weesey's 2-1. Here it is. That's right to the glove of the third baseman, Bennett Hunt, on a line. So Karsten Fleece lines out to third base. Bennett Hunt playing him perfectly that time. That'll bring up Isaiah Saponiak, number 20.
That'll bring up number 20, Isaiah Saponiak.
Isaiah in the first game tonight walked, singled, and walked again. So a couple of walks and a single for Saponiak in game number 1 tonight. Again, Groton won that one 9-2. And they are leading this one here 1-0. We are scheduled to go 5 here as the Weesey 1-0. Here it is. That's a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tristan McGannon waits on deck here for Groton. And the 1-1, here it is. That is low. 2 balls and a strike. Again, a hot steam bath of a day here in northeast South Dakota. Actually, I think probably around the whole state of South Dakota pretty much. Here's the pitch. That's high and outside. The exception to that might be West River. But it sure was hot here, I think, in eastern South Dakota today. And it's supposed to be hot for the next couple days, actually, as well. So brace yourselves in. Hopefully those air conditioners are working. Here's the 3-1. That's high for a walk. So Saponiak flings the bat away and goes to first. That'll bring up Tristan McGannon now for Groton. Tristan in game number 1 tonight had a pair of walks. So he's actually looking for his first safety here of the doubleheader. Here's the pitch from Weesey. That's high on the fastball. 1 ball and no strikes to the pair of 2s, Tristan McGannon. With Saponiak over at first. And a 1-0 count now to Tristan McGannon. And here's the 1-0. That looked like kind of an awkward pitch that time by Jackson. He kind of fell off the mound a little bit coming toward home plate. I mean, that just about was a strike anyway, but it missed for a ball. But it looked like kind of an awkward motion that time for Jackson. So 2 balls and no strikes to McGannon. Here's the pitch. There's a pop-up. Out of play. So 2 balls and 1 strike now to the left fielder. 2 balls balls and a strike to Tristan McGannon here in game number 2. Groton takes game number 1, 9-2. They lead here 1-0, top of the second. And the 2-1 from Weesey, that's going to get away a little bit. Not too far from the catcher, Aiden Kelly, and not going into second is Saponiak. He stays put at first base. So a 3-1 count now to McGannon. And here's the pitch. That's going to miss high and outside, so a walk. Saponiak to second. Weesey has just given up his 4th walk here to Groton. That'll bring up now Lincoln Krause for Groton. Lincoln in game number 1 tonight had an RBI single in 4 trips. 4 post 39, and here is Coach Femling coming out of the third base dugout. And Jackson Weesey's night on the mound is over. We're going to catch up with the defensive changes. Looks like Tyler Heinge perhaps is going to come in to pitch for Milbank, but we'll catch up with it right after this here on KMSD, and we'll be back in a minute.
Milbank Ford isn't just a dealership. It's part of your journey. Whether you're cruising toward adventure or hauling hometown pride, they've got the ride to get you there. Stop in and explore their lineup of tough F-Series trucks, fuel-efficient SUVs, and family-ready crossovers, all backed by local service you can count on. The road starts in Milbank, but it could take you anywhere. Come and find your Ford today at Milbank Ford, where small-town trust meets big-time value.
Border Lake Insurance in Milbank and Ortonville is your locally owned independent insurance agency. As an independent insurance agency, Terry Holquist and staff at Border Lake Insurance have access to multiple companies that offer home, farm, auto, commercial, life, and health products. Border Lake Insurance has 2 convenient locations. Stop by or call their Main Street office in Milbank at 605-432-5884. Or in Ortonville, call 320-839-6145. Located in Grand Marais State Bank, formerly the Sen Bank Building. Border Lake Insurance. Insurance agents you can count on.
And welcome back here to Milbank. Your defensive changes now. Jackson Weesey goes an inning and 1/3 here in this second game. Tyler Heinge comes in to relieve him. Caleb Lindstrom goes to left field. Jackson Weesey to center. And Lincoln Krause will be at the batter's box. So there are your defensive changes here. This is game number 2, of course, of the doubleheader. Groton wins tonight, game number 1, 9-2 if you're just tuning in. And so Lincoln Krause in the batter's box now with runners on first and second for Groton. They already lead here 1-0. Heinge throws one way low and inside that gets back to the backstop. Saponiak to third, McGannon to second. Lincoln Krause with a 1-ball, no strike count. And the 1-0, here it is. There's a pop-up into short left field. This could be a tough play, and the shortstop, Brady Allen, what a circus catch out there. I don't think left fielder Caleb Lindstrom even saw that one. Brady Allen went way back into left field and kind of pirouetted and caught that ball. Oh, my heavens, what a defensive play by Brady Allen that time. And that'll bring up Alex Ablin now for the Groton team. So, yeah, runners still on second and third now. But again, what an athletic defensive play that time by shortstop Brady Allen to to not only stick with that ball, but come down with the catch, too. Like we said, Caleb Lindstrom was kind of coming in from left, and I don't know if he spotted that ball. Anyway, Brady put it away. So there's 2 outs now and runners on second and third, and a no ball, 1 strike count to Ablin. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. No balls and 2 strikes now as Tyler Heinge jumps way ahead here. Doubleheader action here on Thursday night from the ballpark will be on about a little bit before 6 o'clock with the doubleheader. There's a swing and a foul. About a 1.5 foot foul ball that time, right behind pretty much home plate. No balls and 2 strikes to Alex Ablin. Again, runners on second and third here for Groton. You're locked into game number 2 of a doubleheader tonight, Legion baseball style here at Milbank, birthplace of American Legion baseball. Here's the 0-2. That is low and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ablin. And the 1-2 is upcoming here. And here it is. That's a slow off-speed pitch that time that misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Groton is leading here 1-0, top of the second inning. Again, game 2 here goes 5 innings. As the 2-2, here it is. That's fisted behind the plate foul by Ablin. So a 2-2 pitch now upcoming here. Here it is. That's high on the fastball to fill up the count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And there's a walk. To Ablin. So that fills up the bases now for Groton, and that'll bring up Jordan Schwann. And Jordan walked his only other time up in game number 2 as well. Here's the pitch. That's low and outside. Gets away from the catcher. Run number 2 is going to slide into home plate as Saponiak does that. So now it is 2-0 Groton. As Ablin goes into second, McGannon goes to third, and it is 2-0 Groton now. And a 1-0 count to Jordan Schwann. And here's the pitch. That's a fastball that misses. 2 balls and no strikes. And the 2-0 pitch now to Schwann. Here it is. That's into right field, an opposite field single. 1 run is going to score. 2nd run is going to get held up at 3rd. So Jordan Schwann slaps an RBI single the other way. And McGannon comes in to score. Ablin to 3rd. And so now there's runners on 1st and 3rd with Carter Simon at the dish. And it is 3-0 Groton. Yeah, Schwann just kind of swung late on that one and took it the other way for a single, an RBI single for Jordan Schwann that time, so he's on first base. And that'll now bring up Carter Simon, who flied out to left field. He's 0 for 1. He squares to bunt, pulls the bat back, and going into second without a throw is Jordan Schwann. So Ablin stays at 3rd. Schwann is now at 2nd. And it is 3-0 Groton as they have come across with 2 here so far in the top of the 2nd inning. Heinge comes to the set. The 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. A mighty hack that time by Carter Simon as he wanted to put that one somewhere into orbit. Left field, perhaps. 1 ball and 1 strike to Carter Simon. T.C. Schuster waits on deck if the half inning stays alive. Milbank having trouble getting that elusive third out here in this second inning. Here's the pitch. That is outside. So 2 balls and 1 strike now, the count. So 2-1 now to Simon. Here it is. There's a mile-high pop-up, giving chase and not having enough room to make the catch as it goes out of play is pitcher Tyler Heinge as he gives that a good effort that time. But 2 balls and 2 strikes now the count to Simon. Runners on second and third for Groton. They have already scored 2 in this half inning, 1 before, so they're leading now 3-0. Heinge has his sign now. The right-hander comes to the set. Here is the pitch, and that is a called third strike. So that ends the half inning as Tyler Heinge gets his first strikeout. But Groton does add 2 to their lead, and it's 3-0 Groton now after an inning and a half. We'll be back with the bottom of the second coming up in a minute. After these, for our video sponsors here tonight, these messages will be back in 1 minute.
Darren and his crew offer the best mechanic service, along with a full lineup of Ford vehicles. They pride themselves on the honest and friendly way of doing business. Check out MilbankFord.com to see what they have to offer, or stop by Milbank Ford, West Highway 12, Milbank.
Whimsy on Main makes it easy to find unique gifts for all occasions. Whimsy specializes in packages specific to your gift-giving needs. Shop in store for books, home toys, games, and more, Monday through Saturday, or online at whimsyonmain.com. Let Whimsy on Main be your one-stop gift shop on Main Street, Milbank.
This broadcast brought to you locally by Dennis Mears, financial advisor with Legacy Financial Partners, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC. Your future is counting on the right financial advice.
And we are going to enter the bottom of the second inning here. Milbank trails 3-0 in game number 2. Groton wins game number 1, 9-2. It'll be Bennett Hunt, Caleb Lindstrom, and Keaton Johnson here in the bottom of the second inning to face Groton right-hander Braden Flees. Here's the pitch from Braden. That's high. 1 ball and no strikes to Bennett Hunt. Bennett in game number 1 tonight had a single and a walk in 3 trips. Here's the pitch. That's sharp on the ground. Couple hopper to T.C. Schuster at short. He retires Bennett Hunt as he fires over to first. That'll bring up Caleb Lindstrom. Caleb tonight in game number 1 had a pair of singles and a run scored.
That'll bring up number 26, Caleb Lindstrom.
So Caleb Lindstrom comes to the dish now.
There goes the money ball.
And there's a foul ball off to the right. No balls and 1 strike to Caleb Lindstrom. And here comes the pitch. That is low. 1 ball and 1 strike to number 26. And there's a swing and a foul, making the count 1 ball and 2 strikes to Lindstrom. Bases are empty here, 1 out. Bottom of the second. This game scheduled to go 5 here in game number 2. And here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 4 recorded tonight for right-hander Braden Fleece.
That'll bring up number 1, Keaton Johnson.
now bring up number 1, Keaton Johnson from Milbank. Keaton did not appear in game number 1 tonight. There's a pop fly. Shortstop Schuster says he has it, and he puts it away. 3 up and 3 down for Milbank as Keaton Johnson pops out to short. 2 complete. Groton 3, Milbank nothing. Back with more Legion baseball after this for more of our video sponsors here tonight on KMSD.
The difference fiber-fast internet can make in your home or business. ITC pairs unbeatable speed with local support to provide an exceptional customer experience. Get started today with ITC, your community-connected cooperative.
Smoke breaks take time. Time away from defining moments in life. His moment of glory was your moment. Wasted. Fewer moments wasted. More good years.
Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
Ortonville Area Health Services. Our mission? At Ortonville Area Health Services, we provide personalized, high-quality, and compassionate care through caring professionals in a healing environment. Your healthcare home, Ortonville Area Health Services.
As night starts to fall here on a Tuesday night, a very hot, still hot Tuesday night. It's like 85 degrees yet, I think. Feels like of about 94. We started game 1 tonight with an air temperature of 93 and a feels like of 102. That was about 5:30 this afternoon. So we're going into the top of the third. T.C. Schuster, Nick Groblinghoff, and Karsten Fleece will come to the dish. For Groton, who is leading here 3-0. They took game 1 9-2. T.C. Schuster singled in his only other at-bat here tonight in game number 2. He's 1 for 1. Tyler Heinge on the bump in relief of starting pitcher Jackson Weesey. And here's the Heinge pitch. There's a pop-up that's going to go out of play.
That is another 12-ball frenzy.
So no balls and 1 strike. Here's a grounder to short. Brady Allen up with it over to first, and they get Schuster. Nice play out there by the shortstop, Brady Allen. As Nick Groblinghoff comes to the plate, Nick struck out. He's 0 for 1. Nick Groblinghoff, left-handed batter. 3-0 Groton here in game number 2, top of the third. Here's the pitch to Groblinghoff. That misses low. 1 ball and no strikes. Again, considering the heat out here today, a pretty nice crowd here. Of course, bingo was played in between games here tonight, and somebody won a grill and a lawnmower and all kinds of great prizes out here that were won. The 1-1 pitch now upcoming to Groblinghoff. And here it is. That's outside from Heinge. 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, doubleheader action here Thursday night at the ballpark. 6 and 8 o'clock here doubleheader times. I'll be on the air for both of them on KMSD and our YouTube channel. Here's a swing and a miss by Groblinghoff. 2 balls and 2 strikes. To the Groton second baseman here in game number 2. And the 2-2 now from Heinge. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2 for Tyler Heinge tonight. That'll bring up Karsten Fleece. For Groton. Karsten here in game number 2. Lined out to third base. Here's the pitch. Heinge strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike. Groton leads here 3-0 after taking game number 1 tonight, 9-2. And here's the 0-1 Heinge offering. There's a swing and a foul. So no balls and 2 strikes. Tyler jumps ahead here quickly with 2 outs, and the bases are empty here for Groton in the top of the 3rd inning. And the 0-2 now from Heinge. Here it is. That's high on the fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Fleece. And here's the pitch. There's a swing and a foul off the head, actually, of the catcher, Aiden Kelly. So Kelly now comes to the set. The right-hander's 1-2. That's high on the fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases are empty here for Groton in the top of the 3rd inning. They have a 3-0 lead, though, over Milbank here. And Heinge set to deliver the 2-2 now to Fleece. And here it is. There is a pitch right across the plate, but high. So a full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the Heinge pitch. There's a pop-up into center field. Measuring it out there is Jackson Weesey, and he puts it away. So Fleece flies out to center field. So 3 innings, 2.5 innings in the books. Groton 3, Milbank nothing. Back with more right after this for our sponsors on KMSD.
Oh yeah. It's breakfast time at the Millstone Family Restaurant in Milbank. The Millstone loves breakfast as much as you do, but they've decided it's time to step up their breakfast game even more. Check out their new breakfast lineup, which includes blueberry French toast, the chicken and waffles breakfast sandwich, and their new lineup of eggs Benedict. It's all part of their new Shell Yeah breakfast menu at the Millstone Family Restaurant, East Highway 12 in Milbank.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? We're singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40, or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
And you're listening to American Legion Baseball on Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD, Milbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video on our YouTube channel at KMSD Radio. Brady Allen leads off the bottom of the 3rd inning here for Milbank. Brady Allen takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Game number 1 tonight. Brady had a single, and he reached on an error. And Brady takes a ball, 2 balls and no strikes now to the 9th place hitter. Jackson Weesey bats next here at the top of the lineup for Milbank. Here's the pitch to Brady. There's a sharp single to center field. So Brady gets his first hit here in the 2nd game. That'll bring up Jackson Weesey, who struck out. So he's 0 for 1 here in this game.
Jackson
And Brady Allen at first now. Jackson Weesey in the batter's box. 3-0 Groton here in game number 2. single to deep short. So Jackson Weesey is on. Brady Allen goes into second. Now Mason Allen, who struck out, is up at the batter's box. So Mason here, an ideal opportunity to do a little bit of damage here. Milbank is down 3-0, but Mason is the tying run here at the plate. Here's the pitch. He squares to bunt. It's a good one, and the pitcher can't come up with it, and then nobody's covering first base. So an infield bunt single for Mason Allen. And don't look now, the bases are loaded here for post 9. And that'll bring up Aiden Kelly, who walked back in the first. So Aiden Kelly with a chance to do all kinds of damage here for Milbank. They're down 3-0, but that's tenuous right now. Kelly, he fires one down the third base line, foul. Bases are full of post 9 runners here in the bottom of the third inning. Again, we're scheduled to go 5 here in game number 2. And here's the 0-1 pitch. That is high and outside from Braden Fleece. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Milbank has their rally caps on here. Here's the 1-1. There's a swing and a miss by Kelly. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Aiden. Bases full of post 9 runners, nobody out. Kelly takes one high and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2, that's high. So 1 bad one away from walking in a run. So let's see what Aiden Kelly does here with the payoff pitch. Here it is. And there's a hit into left field, pretty deep, but way foul. And not being able to come up with it in foul territory is Tristan McGannon. So a 3-2 count, the full count rides along here, bases loaded for Milbank. And Aiden Kelly with a full count. Here's the pitch. That's high. RBI walk. Aiden Kelly. And that'll push in Brady Allen. Jackson Weesey to third. Mason Allen to second. And it is now 3-1. Groton. Bases are still loaded for Milbank, still nobody out, and here's Mac Copeland in the batter's box now. Again, Mac with a chance here to do all kinds of damage for Milbank. Milbank has cracked the goose egg here. It's 3-1, and here's the pitch to Copeland. There's a swing and a miss. A mighty hack that time by Mac. Here's the pitch. There is a swing and a miss, a strikeout. Strikeout number 5. That'll bring up Tyler Heinge, and there's going to be a visit from Coach Pat Kraus. And we'll see if Fleece is going to continue to pitch. Now he's going to give the ball to Coach Kraus. So we will be back with the defensive changes and the new pitcher right after this on KMSD.
Imagine a future where tobacco is a thing of the past, remaining only as a relic in a museum display case for tour guides to tell tales of. Where the life-threatening damage caused by tobacco is gone, extinct. Where the world has seen its last smoke put out. Smokes, vapes, and chew-tips belong in a museum of ancient history, not your mouth. Start your quit today. Find out more at thelastsmoke.org. Paid for by the South Dakota Department of Health
and the Milbank Tobacco Coalition.
At 203 Realty in Milbank, a huge part of their formula for success is their agent team. One of those agents is Brandon Perry. Brandon is a Wilmot native, Northern State grad, and has resided in Milbank for over 22 years. Brandon joined the real estate world after 25 years of service in the National Guard. Brandon's attention to detail, patience, commitment to his customers, and willingness to put in the extra hours is what sets him apart.
Hi, this is Brandon Perry with 203 Realty. Contact us today by visiting 203-realty.com. At 203 Realty, your address is more than just a number.
And Kason Oswald is the new pitcher here for Groton. Right-hander for Coach Pat Kraus. And here is the situation. It is 3-1 Groton here in the bottom of the third inning. Milbank has scored one so far, and they have the bases loaded now. And there's one out. Tyler Heinge will come to the bat after the warm-ups are over here. Again, glad to have you along here on Classic Hits 95.1 KMSD FM, 1510 AM KMSD Milbank, South Dakota, and streaming audio and video on our YouTube channel at KMSD Radio. And like we said, Tyler Heinge now in the batter's box for Milbank. Bases are full with one out. Milbank with a chance to do some damage here. They've scored one so far. Groton is still leading, though, 3-1. Groton takes game one tonight, 9-2. And the Oswald pitch now to Heinge. Here it is. That's low. 1 ball and no strikes. So the Oswald pitch now to Heinge. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Here it is. That's high and in on the strike. On the inside corner that time. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tyler. Again, bases are full of post 9 runners here with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Oswald. There's a shot down the third base line, but foul. Tyler Heinge got around a little bit too early on it that time and hit it hard, but hit it down the left field line, foul. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Tyler Heinge. And here comes the pitch. There's a hit into the air in left center field, and that's going to be not caught, I don't believe. And coming in to score, or no, that was not caught. So coming in to score is Jackson Weesey, Mason Allen to third, Aiden Kelly to second, Tyler Heinge with an RBI single. And that'll bring up Bennett Hunt now. It's 3-2. Milbank has crawled within 1. Bases still loaded with 1 out. And here's the pitch. That's high and in to Bennett Hunt, who has grounded out to short here in game number 2. So Milbank within 1, now tying run 90 feet away. There's a hit into left field. That is going to be caught out there by the left fielder, tagging up from third, and coming in head first with the slide is Mason Allen. So a sacrifice fly by Bennett Hunt leads to an RBI and a tie game as Heinge stays at first.
Number 26, Caleb Lindstrom.
Actually, Jared Swenson is running out there at second base now for Milbank, so we're tied at 3 here in the bottom of the third. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Caleb Lindstrom. Lindstrom tonight in this game has struck out. So Milbank has tied matters here 3-3. Bottom of the third inning here tonight. And the 0-1 pitch now upcoming to Lindstrom. That's on the ground. Schuster has it to second to force out the runner. So Milbank does even things, though. They score 3 runs. So after 3, we've got a brand new ball game. Milbank 3, Groton 3. We'll be back with more Legion baseball in 1 minute on KMSD.
Of a getaway? Escape to Schmidt's Landing on beautiful Big Stone Lake. Whether you're casting for walleye, perch or bass, or just enjoying the stunning view, Schmidt's Landing has something for everyone. Relax in comfortable lakeside suites, or set up your camper or tent for a long weekend. How about spending this summer at your seasonal RV spot? There are also boat and pontoon rentals, plus a fully stocked C-store with bait and license. Discover a family adventure or a peaceful retreat at Schmidt's Landing. Visit schmidtslanding.com and like them on Facebook.
Milbank Ford isn't just a dealership. It's part of your journey. Whether you're cruising toward adventure or hauling hometown pride, they've got the ride to get you there. Stop in and explore their lineup of tough F-Series trucks, fuel-efficient SUVs, and family-ready crossovers, all backed by local service you can count on. The road starts in Milbank, but it could take you anywhere. Come and find your Ford today at Milbank Ford, where small-town trust meets big-time value.
And welcome back into Milbank here. I'm Chad Knowles. Glad to be along with you on your Tuesday night. And that will bring up Groton now in the top of the 4th inning in a brand new ball game. Milbank came back to score 3 to tie matters. Isaiah Saponiak will lead off here against Tyler Heinge. So a long time here in between half innings, but here's the throw down now to second base. So Isaiah Saponiak leads off the top of the 4th against Milbank right-hander Tyler Heinge. And here's Heinge's pitch. That's a strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike to Saponiak, who has walked and scored a run here in this game. And the 0-1 now from Heinge. Here it is. That's right at the knees, but outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Or 1 ball and 1 strike, I beg your pardon. And the 1-1 now from Heinge. Here it is. It's a swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lights starting to take full effect here at Legion Field. As Heinge now with the 1-2. And here's the right-hander's pitch. That is low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tristan McGannon waits on deck here for Groton. It's tied up at 3 here. And here's the 2-2. That is high with the fastball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch now to Saponiak. Here it is. That is a called 3rd strike. Strikeout number 3 for Tyler Heinge. And that'll bring up Tristan McGannon, who has walked and scored a run here in game number 2. And here's the Heinge offering. That's high across the plate. 1 ball and no strikes to McGannon. 1-0 pitch now from Heinge. Here it is. That's high and outside. 2 balls and no strikes. So Heinze comes to the set now with the bases empty. A 2-0 pitch. And here it is. That's a strike at the knees of McGannon. 2 balls and a strike. Lincoln Kraus waits on deck here for Groton. And the 2-1 pitch. Here it is. That's high and in. 3 balls and a strike. So Heinze now with the 3-1. Here it is. That's a ball. So McGannon gets his second walk of this game. And that'll bring up Lincoln Kraus now. He popped out to short on a very athletic play at that time by shortstop Brady Allen. He twisted and pirouetted a couple times and came down with the baseball. And here's the pitch to Kraus. He takes a strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike now to number 2, Lincoln Kraus. And the no ball, 1 strike count now to Lincoln. Here it is. That's high and in. Lincoln leans back from that one a little bit. 1 ball and 1 strike. Don't forget doubleheader action here. Castlewood here on Thursday night. We'll be here for both ends of the double dip, 6 and 8 o'clock. KMSD radio and our YouTube channel. There they fake a throw over to third or first and getting back safely, of course, standing up without a throw is Tristan McGannon. The 1-1 Heinze pitch, that's low and inside. That gets away from catcher Aiden Kelly, catcher Aiden Kelly. So going into second is Tristan McGannon. And Lincoln Kraus now with a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Two and 1 to Lincoln Kraus. Here it is. That's grounded foul down the first base line. 2 balls and a strike now to Lincoln. With McGannon on second. And a 2-2 count now to Lincoln Kraus. Top of the 4th. We're tied at 3. Groton and Milbank. Game number 2. Groton wins game number 1, 9-2. As here comes the pitch. That's a swing and a miss. High heat that time from Heinze, and Kraus couldn't catch up with it. Strikeout number 4 for Tyler in relief. That'll bring up Alex Ablin now for Groton. Alex has a pair of walks in this game and a run scored, so really no official at-bats here in game number 2 for Alex. Here's the pitch. That's high. 1 ball and no strikes. And the 1-0 pitch now to Ablin. Here it is. That's high and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Or 2 balls and no strikes, I beg your pardon. And the 2-0 now to Alex Ablin. That's going to be fisted into short left field, and that's going to drop. That's an RBI single for Ablin. As coming around to score is Tristan McGannon. And now the tie is broken. Groton goes back ahead 4-3 as Alex Ablin dumps an RBI single into left center field. And that'll bring up now Jordan Schwann, who has an RBI single and a walk here in game number 2. Here's the Heinze pitch that misses. So Groton has grabbed back the lead here, 4-3. And the 1-0 pitch. As the 9:20 train comes through here at Milbank. One ball and one strike now to Jordan Schwann. With Ablin at first. And 2 outs. And the 1-1 pitch, here it is. That's into right center field. And that is going to be caught out there by right fielder Mason Allen. So Jordan Schwann gave it a pretty good ride, but Mason Allen comes up with it. Groton does score the untying run, though, so 3.5. Groton 4, Milbank 3. Back with more Legion baseball in 1 minute. Right after this on KMSD.
Services reminds you that an annual wellness exam is one of the best ways to stay healthy. Wellness exams can help catch health conditions early, and these visits help your primary care provider deliver care based on your health history and goals. Most insurance plans cover annual wellness visits, but coverage varies, so check with your insurance provider. Take charge of your health and schedule your wellness exam with Ortonville Area Health Services. Call 320-839-6157 to schedule.
This year, Pioneer celebrates a century of innovation. From the first corn hybrid to the latest innovation like Vorseed and Less Corn or Pioneer brand Z-Series soybeans. They're proud to be the one you count on when every bushel counts. The 100th season of Pioneer. Contact Paul or Riley at Dakota Country Egg Service in Milbank today at 605-467-0715 or 605-949-4170 to learn more.
Keaton Johnson in the batter's box now for Milbank. Follows one down the left field line. No balls and 1 strike. There's the pitch to Keaton. That's fouled back to the netting. No balls and 2 strikes. Kason Oswald in relief here for Groton. He took over for Braden Fleece last half inning. No balls and 2 strikes now to Keaton Johnson. And here comes the pitch. That is inside on the fastball. Keaton takes it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brady Allen bats next here for Milbank. Groton has grabbed the lead back 4-3 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, or 4th, excuse me. There's a pop-up down the left field line, and third baseman. What a nice catch down the left field line. Alex Ablin comes up with that one, so Keaton Johnson flies out to third base. And taking a strike is Mason Allen, or Brady Allen. Brady has a single and a run scored here tonight. Here's the Oswald pitch. There's a hit into short right field. That's going to be a tough play, but the second baseman comes up with a nice catch that time, Nick Grublinghoff. So back-to-back nice catches by Groton on defense. Has kept Milbank hitless here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And that will bring up now the top of the lineup in Jackson Weesey for Milbank. Groton leads here 4-3. Here's the pitch. That's over Jackson's head. Jackson Weesey in this game has singled, scored a run, and struck out. And here's the 1-0. There's a pop fly into foul territory down the left field line, and that's going to be out of play. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Jackson Weesey. Groton leads here 4-3. They took game 1 9-2. Here's the pitch. That's low and outside. So 2 balls and 1 strike now to Jackson Weesey. And here's the 2-1. That's a pop-up foul. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Jackson Weesey. Kason Oswald on the bump for Groton, post number 39. And here is the 2-2 now. There's a pop fly. That's out of play once again. Count rides along. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jackson Weesey. And the 2-2 now to Jackson. Here it is. That's way low and outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fills up the count now to Jackson Weesey. And here's the payoff pitch. Jackson takes a walk. That'll bring up Mason Allen now for Milbank. Mason has a single and a couple of trips tonight in this game. So the tying run now at first for Milbank. They are trailing here 4-3 to Groton in game number 2. Bottom of the 4th inning. This one's scheduled to go 5 here tonight. And here's the pitch to Allen. That's a strike. Mason takes it on the outside corner that time. No balls and 1 strike. To the Milbank right fielder here in game number 2. And the 0-1 count. Here it is. That's going to be too short. Schuster, that's going to take a bad hop. And Weesey is going to go into third, sliding safely. And we're going to give Allen, I think, a single on that one because that kind of took a bad hop. And so Weesey scampers into third. Mason Allen is at first. And that's going to bring up Aiden Kelly now for Milbank. He has an RBI on a bases loaded walk, and he's walked twice tonight in this game. So runners on first and third, tying run now 90 feet away for Milbank, but they do have 2 outs, so Aiden Kelly is going to have to get a conventional hit here. He can't just get a fly ball and an out. So let's see what Aiden Kelly does here against Oswald. Here's the pitch. There goes the runner to second. Throw goes through, and that goes into center field, and tying run is going to come in as Weesey scampers in from third, and it is tied. And sometimes you don't see that throw go all the way through, but that did, and not only went all the way through, but went into center field. So, stealing second is Mason Allen, and scoring on the errant throw, actually, is Jackson Weesey. So it is 4-4 now. With Mason Allen at second, and a 1-ball count. There's the ball inside. 2 balls and no strikes to Aiden Kelly. So now Mason Allen is the go-ahead run out at second base. Milbank has tied things here at 4. And a 2-0 count now. Here it is. That's right back to the pitcher. He knocks it down. Goes over to first. Aiden Kelly is out. Pitcher to first. But Milbank does score the equalizer. They come up with 1 run here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So we're going to go into the top of the 5th. We're tied. Milbank and Groton tied at 4 apiece. We'll be back with more Legion baseball coming up in a minute on KMSD.
It's breakfast time at the Millstone Family Restaurant in Milbank. The Millstone loves breakfast as much as you do, but they've decided it's time to step up their breakfast game even more. Check out their new breakfast lineup, which includes blueberry French toast, the chicken and waffles breakfast sandwich, and their new lineup of eggs Benedict. It's all part of their new Shell Yeah breakfast menu at the Millstone Family Restaurant, East Highway 12 in Milbank.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? We're singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40, or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
And we're going into the top of the 5th inning here in Milbank. And that will bring to the dish for Groton batters number 3, 4, and 5 here in the top of the 5th inning. Against Milbank right-hander Tyler Heinge. The score is tied now at 4. Groton scored 1 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th. Milbank scored 3 in the 3rd and 1 in the 4th. So that's the output here. As now they're waiting for Aiden Kelly to get his catching gear on. So now Aiden is back behind the dish. And there the throw goes down to second. And now Carter Simon will come into the batter's box for Groton Post 39. Again, don't forget doubleheader action here again on Thursday night as Castlewood will come to town. Here's the pitch. That's the fastball from Heinge that's outside. 1 ball and no strikes to Carter Simon. And here's the 1-0. It's a swing and a miss. Simon took a mighty swing at that one and missed it. 1 ball and 1 strike to Simon. And here's the 1-1 from Heinge. There's a hit down the third base line, but foul. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Carter Simon. It's tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 4th inning, or top of the 5th inning, excuse me. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch from Heinge. Here it is. There's a mile-high pop-up on the infield. Third baseman Bennett Hunt circles under it and squeezes it. And that'll bring up now the shortstop, number 3, T.C. Schuster. T.C. has singled, and he has grounded out short to first. Heinge now with the sign. Here's the right-hander's pitch. That's a strike at the knees of Schuster. No balls and 1 strike. And the Heinge 0-1. Here it is. That's low and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1. That's inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. We're in the top of the 5th here. We're tied. Milbank and Groton are tied at 4. This Legion baseball doubleheader tonight. Groton won game 1 here 9-2. And the 2-1 pitch. Here it is. That's high. 3 balls and a strike. And the 3-1, here it is. That's inside. So taking a walk is Schuster. That'll bring up Nick Grublinghoff now for the post 39 team. With Schuster on first and 1 out, we're tied at 4 here in the top of the 5th. And there's the pitch that gets away. Actually, that hits Grublinghoff.
That'll bring up number 10, Carson Fleece.
And that'll bring Schuster to second. And Karsten Fleece now to the batter's box. And here's the Heinge pitch. That's outside. It's now Groton with runners at first and second with only 1 out. And they're threatening to grab back the lead here with, like we said, runners at first and second and only 1 out. Here's the 1-0 from Heinge. That's a strike at the knees. Karsten Fleece in this game has flied out to center, and he's lined out to third. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Fleece. Here's the pitch. That's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. It's now all of a sudden the plate kind of jumping around here on the Milbank right-hander, Tyler Heinge. 2 balls and 1 strike. Runners on first and second for Groton. Here it is. That's a strike at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Isaiah Saponiak waits on deck here for the Groton team. Here's the 2-2. That's high on the fastball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So the payoff pitch now from Heinge to Fleece, and that's a ball. So now the bases are loaded with Groton runners. Schuster to third, Grublinghoff to second, and here comes Brady Femling from the third base dugout. And he's just going to talk some strategy here, or we'll wait and see what happens. As we want to thank our sponsors here while we have a chance: Schmidt's Landing, ITC, Pro Image Partners, Lewis Family Drug, Chiropractic and Motion, Dakota Country Ag Service, Ortonville Area Health Services, Border Lake Insurance, Milbank Ford, Haslam Construction, Bean Pharmacy, 203 Realty, Milbank Tobacco Coalition, Avera Milbank Medical Center, Milbank Area Hospital Avera, and the Millstone Family Restaurant. The meeting at the Mound is over now. And that'll bring up Saponiak now, Isaiah Saponiak. Milbank's infielders are at the edge of the infield grass, hoping to cut off the go-ahead run at the plate if they can. And the Heinge pitch, that's high, 1 ball and no strikes. 1 ball and no strikes. There's a pitch that's outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Isaiah Saponiak with a 2-0 count. Here's the pitch. That's low, and that gets away from the catcher, but not far enough for the go-ahead run to come in. But now it's a 3-0 count and no place to put number 20. Runners at every base here for Groton. And here's the 3-0. That is a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike. So the plot gets thicker here. The 3-1. Here it is. That's a swing and a miss to fill up the count now to Saponiak. Bases are full with 1 out. And a payoff 3-2 pitch coming up here to Saponiak. Here's Heinge's pitch. A swing and a miss. Strikeout number 5 for Tyler Heinge, and what a comeback for the Milbank right-hander. He fell down, I believe, 3 balls and no strikes and came back to strike out Saponiak. So now there's 2 outs, and that'll bring up Tristan McGannon. Bases are still loaded here for Groton, and we're still tied at 4. And the Tyler Heinge pitch. There's a swing and a miss by McGannon. So all of a sudden, Tyler has found home plate again with a vengeance here. 4 pitches in a row now have been strikes. And the 0-1 pitch now upcoming. Here it is. There's a pop fly, but that's going to be foul. So will Heinge wiggle out of a bases-loaded jam here? Just we'll wait and find out very shortly. A no-ball, 2-strike count to Tristan McGannon. We're tied at 4, bases loaded. 2 outs here in the bottom or top of the 5th. There's a Heinge fastball that sails high and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. McGannon tonight has 2 walks. Here's the 1-2. There's a swing and a miss. Heinge does get out of the jam. Groton does not score. They leave the bases loaded. What a pitching job. Battle back by Tyler Heinge. We're going to enter the bottom of the 5th. We're tied at 4. Milbank and Groton will be back with more after this here on KMSD. We're going to pause for some of our video sponsors here this evening.
What's the difference fiber-fast internet can make in your home or business? ITC pairs unbeatable speed with local support to provide an exceptional customer experience. Get started today with ITC, your community-connected cooperative.
Smoke breaks take time. Time away from defining moments in life. His moment of glory was your moment. Wasted. Fewer moments wasted. More good years.
Pro Image Partners. So many reasons why you can turn to us. We'll help you show your pride. ProImagePartners.com.
Ortonville Area Health Services. Our mission? At Ortonville Area Health Services, we provide personalized, high-quality, and compassionate care through caring professionals in a healing environment. Your healthcare home, Ortonville Area Health Services.
Welcome back here to Milbank, the birthplace of American Legion Baseball. Milbank can win it here in the bottom of the 5th in a walk-off. Potentially, Matt Copeland, Tyler Heinge, Bennett Hunt will face relief pitcher Kason Oswald for Groton area. Here's the pitch. That is low and outside to Mac. Mac tonight has struck out in game number 2, and he has walked. And here's the pitch to Mac. That's outside. 2 balls and no strikes now to the Milbank left-handed batting first baseman. And there's a hit by Copeland, foul off to the left. 2 balls and 1 strike to Mac. We're tied at 4 here, bottom of the 5th. And here's the 2-1 to Mac. There's a swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 now to Copeland. That is outside to fill up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Milbank just needs to manufacture 1 run here some way. And the payoff now to Mac. There is a swing and a foul down the right field line. So, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count remains now to number 11 for Milbank, post 9. Here's the payoff. That's high, so Mac gets a walk. And that'll bring up now Tyler Heinge, who has an RBI single here in game number 2, and he struck out. So Tyler could win it potentially right here. Winning run is at first now with Mac Copeland. And a long look by Oswald, and Heinge bunts it, and that's a good bunt. And Tyler is going to be safe. Oh, that was a bang play out there. And the call is safe. So Copeland goes into second. Heinge beats out an infield single. And that'll bring up Bennett Hunt now for Milbank here. Bennett has a sacrifice fly RBI, and he's grounded out to short. So now the potential winning run is standing at second for Milbank. And the first baseman for Groton playing way in on the infield grass. And nice bunt by Bennett Hunt down the third base line. There's not going to be a throw. Bennett Hunt beats out an infield bunt single. So that loads the bases now with nobody out. The winning run is standing at third with Mac Copeland 90 feet away. And we'll see if Milbank can walk this game number 2 off as Caleb Lindstrom comes to the dish. Caleb Lindstrom has struck out so far here in game number 2. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Lindstrom. All of Groton's infielders are on the edge of the infield grass now, again hoping to cut off the run at home. But bases are full of post 9 runners with nobody out and an 0-1 count. Here's the pitch to Lindstrom. That's high. 1 ball and 1 strike. So no place to put number 26 now, as the bases are all occupied here by Milbank runners. And here's the pitch. That's outside. 2 balls and a strike. So the hole on the mound gets just a little bit deeper now for Kason Oswald, as he's got the bases loaded and nobody out, and a 2-1 pitch here to Caleb Lindstrom, and that's high. 3 balls and a strike. So if he misses one more time, Milbank walks this one off here, but we'll wait and see what happens. 3 balls and 1 strike. And here's the pitch to Lindstrom. He grounds that one to second. They're going to come home, and that's going to be in time. Oh, Mac gets nipped at the plate. That was a bang play as Lindstrom reaches on the fielder's choice. Copeland forced out at home. Heinge to third. Hunt to second. And that'll bring up Keaton Johnson now with a chance to walk it off here. with a one out. Bases are loaded here for Milbank. And the pitch to Keaton Johnson, and that's high and inside. So now Tyler Heinge is the potential winning run, 90 feet away. We're tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, game number 2. Here's the pitch. There's a hit into left field, and that should do the job, as there's a strong throw to the plate, though, and not in time. Tyler Heinge scores the winning run as Keaton Johnson sacrifice fly RBI that is the winner. So Milbank scores 1 run, and Milbank wins here 5-4 in walk-off fashion. And we will be back to wrap this thing up.
And good night.
We will be back to wrap this thing up here in 1 minute. On KMSD, Milbank walks it off 5-4. We'll be back and wrap this thing up right after this.
Ford isn't just a dealership. It's part of your journey. Whether you're cruising toward adventure or hauling hometown pride, they've got the ride to get you there. Stop in and explore their lineup of tough F-Series trucks, fuel-efficient SUVs, and family-ready crossovers, all backed by local service you can count on. The road starts in Milbank, but it could take you anywhere. Come and find your Ford today at Milbank Ford, where small-town trust meets big-time value.
Border Lake Insurance in Milbank and Ortonville is your locally owned independent insurance agency. As an independent insurance agency, Carrie Holquist and staff at Border Lake Insurance have access to multiple companies that offer home, farm, auto, commercial, life, and health products. Border Lake Insurance has 2 convenient locations. Stop by or call their Main Street office in Milbank at 605-432-5884. Or in Ortonville, call 320-839-6145. Located in Grand Marais State Bank, formerly the Sen Bank Building. Border Lake Insurance. Insurance agents you can count on.
Well, Milbank gets a doubleheader split tonight. They walk it off here in the bottom of the 5th inning on a Keaton Johnson RBI to left field in the fly ball. Milbank wins that one 5-4. Groton takes game 1 9-2 tonight. Want to thank our sponsors: Millstone Family Restaurant, Avera Milbank Medical Center, Milbank Area Hospital, Avera, Milbank Tobacco Coalition, 203 Realty, Bean Pharmacy, Haslam Construction, Milbank Ford, Border Lake Insurance, Ortonville Area Health Services, Dakota Country Ag Service, Chiropractic and Motion, Lewis Family Drug, Pro Image Partners, ITC, and Schmidt's Landing, as well as our video sponsors as well. Back here Thursday night, doubleheader, Castlewood, last regular season tune-up before region play next week here in Milbank. But for now, again, Groton wins game 1 9-2. Milbank walks off game number 2, winning 5-4. For KMSD and for our YouTube channel, I'm Chad Knowles, bidding you a good night, everybody.